Hello, everybody, and welcome to another PmP end of month review, where we review all of the end of month submissions, everything tagged as such in the PmP Google Plus community, the hobby focused community that's all about taking your next step on your hobby journey in miniature painting. If you want to become a member, look down below. The link is down there. I should have both of my co-hosts eventually joining me, but this to start off with, we've got Jeff Egan. Jeff, how you doing tonight, buddy?
Doing great, Vince. Ready to look through another month of excellent submissions.
Absolutely. This was a great month. I already obviously, scanned through everything, prepared some thoughts beforehand. And what consistently impresses me about this community is two things. One, the overwhelming support that is given by just every member of the community on every post, right? When people ask for feedback, for help, for ideas, there's so many people who jump up, but also the amazing amount of progress that everybody and all of our regular posters are making every month, right? I mean, you can see it, right?
Definitely.
All right. So let's see that in action. Without too much more ado, I mean, are you ready to get into this?
I'm ready to rock and roll, Vince. Let's do this thing.
All right. I don't think we need much preamble. So we're going to jump over to the models. We're going to review them. Like I said, if you want to join us along on your hobby journey, the only requirement is that you want to take your next step, whether you're a novice or a master. It doesn't matter. Everybody's at a different point in their journey, and we'd love to have you along on yours. So here we go. All right. All right. Tell me when you can see my screen okay.
We're good. I can see it.
All right. So I'm going to start out with two quick submissions that I did to get them out of the way, just so they're done. Okay, so this is a little Scaven assassin. This model came from Casually Cataclysmic. Special shout out to Casual. Thank you, sir. This was part of a little trade we did, and I was very, very grateful. This was maybe one of the last Scaven models that I didn't own, this old school assassin. So I was very happy for him to pass this along, and it was just a little fun sort of quick paint in the middle of other things, just to cleanse the palette. This was a sorbet. I wouldn't call it a speed paint, but I wouldn't say I spent a lot of time on it either. And yeah, like things I would do better if I was me. I think that it could be a little cleaner. I think I could have some more greens in my wood to contrast against the red.
Yeah, definitely around the metal. A little bit of that green would have been nice, I think. But I really love how the turquoise and the light blue contrast on the back of the model, if you flip it around, contrasting really nicely with the base. There's that angle. There's also one other, I think, where you could see, yeah, that's even better too. So you can see the yellow and the red really playing off of the turquoise there. It looks really good.
Yeah, I've got a lot of nice colors in the stone. I'm actually rather happy with how that stone came out, right? Because you can see the sort of mossiness and things like that that got caught in the stone. So I like that. I just didn't carry it through to the wood, which is a shame. I should stop being lazy like that. But there you are. That's me being lazy.
Yeah, that's you.
All right. So now let's turn to something I was much more happy with, which was this. This was my diorama entry for ReaperCon. It ended up taking gold, which I was very happy with. Now let's talk about, and I like how all this came out, but let's talk about some extremely good feedback that I got. Okay. Sure. And there was a little problem here on the side that I cleaned up after I took this picture. I saw it in the picture and then cleaned it up. Like this sort of mess right here is fixed. But here's good feedback. Okay. One thing you need to think about. So for people out there who want to do dioramas, when you think about your composition, and it kills me that I did this. I didn't intend to do this, and I did. Number one, don't center everything, right? Everything here is on the center line. I could have moved her here, moved the giantess back here in the corner, and we would have a much more dynamic piece because it'd be at an angle to the actual base, and this scythe would have been visible to the eye, to somebody looking straight on, which it's not really here, right? Turn her and move the water nymph out here. Boom, you've got something different going on. So that's number one, I'll say. Think about your compositional elements and avoid the center at all costs in a thing like this. But number two, I could have done so much more here that I didn't even think about at the time. I thought about the figures and what was going on in the scene. What if there was a little crab down here hiding behind this rock? What if there was a little bottle poking up out of the water with maybe a message in it, right? What if there was some seaweed or something here against this rock, right? Little tiny touches like that that fill the space can go a long way toward making a diorama like this way more interesting. So
Yeah, those little effects remind me of you saw the Slayer Sword winner from Golden Demon
yep,
pretty recently.
yep.
The Nurgle guy, which
Mm-hmm.
what's his
Gut
name?
rot spume, yeah.
Gutrat Spume, thanks. Yeah, and the story that's being told there with the ship and all of the intricacies, all the little barnacles and things that were sculpted on there. So that next level is really key. It tells more of a story. So like you say, some crabs, a little bit more driftwood and stuff on the beach, little things like that can go a long way. Kind of
Yep,
like what Mickey actually, a good example of this is what Mickey did on her base for the Glotkin. That kind
yep,
of thing.
yep.
Like that level.
Exactly. No wasted space, right? Don't
Right.
like fill the space. That gut rot spume's an excellent example because he's on like a gaming base,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, basically sized. He was on a little square, but I mean, he's on basically a gaming base size thing, right? And there's no wasted space on that. Yeah. So there's wasted space here. Don't do that. All right. So now let's kick it over to you and talk about Kyle's submission with his test model for his Dragon Rider Corsairs.
Yeah, so Kyle wanted some feedback in particular about the red, and he admits in his introduction there that he rushed the brown a little bit. Well, so step one is don't rush that brown. Uh, step two on the red, I've got some thoughts for you. Here you've gone in the pink direction. There's two ways to highlight up red. If you want a very vibrant red color, you've got to kick it up to orange. If you want something that looks a little bit bleached out and up to pink, then you mix in white. You chose to mix in white here, so I mean my personal preference is to mix in orange. So if you're using the GW colors, which I think you do, I think it's Fire Dragon Bright is the color to mix in to your last color red, and so that's going to just really change what the color is doing. It's going to make it more of an intense red color and less of a washed out kind of pink. Now, if you want the washed out pink, then that's totally fine. It's just a matter of what you're aiming to accomplish here. And so I think that overall, this is a strong test model. I'd recommend that you start doing some orange as your final highlight rather than white if you want to test that out and see another model and compare the two. But otherwise, from a technical perspective, the way you applied the paint here, it looks pretty solid. I think with that last highlight color on the red, so if you can see by the base of the sword there, the little, what's it called, the haft, is that what that's called? Yeah, the
Let's
little
say
curve.
sure. You're talking about the handguard, actually, but sure.
The handguard, yeah. So see how you just apply a dot there. I tend to like to do a thin line up to that point, which is a dot at the end. So you make kind of like a V on there, and that tends to make it look a little bit more realistic, I think, rather than using the spot color and just kind of blobbing on the edge there. So that's one little technical thing that you can do better with the red. There's one other thing that you didn't mention in your comment, Kyle, that I think what bears thinking about, and that's your hair. The way that you've highlighted up the black hair. I think that you want to do a couple of more layers of paint, and then maybe end with something a little brighter at the tips of the edges of the hair, the most extreme parts of the curve and the tips at the bottom. So maybe a couple more layers of gray in there. You don't want to go all the way to gray because you want to keep it black like this, but still the contrast there could be a little bit better, I think, with a little bit more highlighting mixed in. But overall, I think it's a good start to this new Dark Elf army that you're working on here.
Yep. I like the way his water came out too on the base. Let's take a look at that. Like I like this water here. It looks very nice. Looks like the edge of a little ocean.
And he didn't do the thing that I always critique people for on here, which is you didn't do just a circle in the middle with like a drop. This looks like a realistic kind of thing.
Little coastal element. One thing I'll say when we're talking about hair highlights, if you consider where this guy's standing, he's standing on the edge of a sea, right? So what would the realistic background of this guy be? Would it be ocean? The horizon would be ocean, and the sky would be blue, right? That would be what would be behind him, yes?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So adding in some slight blue tones into the gray, into the highlights, perfectly fine choice, right? And it can, because like white, blue, you're light, and you'll get the intensity that there's ocean, that there's blue sky, that kind of thing. So,
and there's also that little secret where you always want to mix a little bit of purple or blue into your black, just the smallest amount too. So that would pull out that color even a little bit more. So it's not just a matte black.
Yep. All right. You want to take the next one here with Tom Stevens' Assassin?
Yeah, lovely looking model here for Tom. And so we just got this one image. It's broken up into 4 here. Now, the first thing that strikes me as I look at this, Tom, is that it looks very dark, but I really do think that's the intentional your intention here. I think that you wanted something that looks really almost dingy. You've dirtied up the robe with a little bit of weathering there. You can see the dirt at the bottom. And so I think that comes across really nicely. And then you have a couple of light spots too to attract the eye. You've got the hands and the face. Even behind the hood, you can see that that's a brighter element of the model. I really like what you've done. I think that using this dark green color and black and dark brown, none of that is catching the eye in a strange way. So that one can imagine this scout kind of skulking around the city and hiding in the shadows. You also added some bright elements to the base, which I think play really nicely off of the green. You've got yellow and that dark bluish green. Those are 2 nice colors to pair together. And I really like what you've done with the basing broadly. The way that you've weathered the stone, the way that you've mixed in some darker browns into the wood for that trapdoor or whatever we're looking at there. To challenge you a bit further, I think the area I'd encourage you to focus on is the metal, actually. If there's any part of this scout that's going to, reflect, more light, it's these really sharp pieces of metal that he's carrying around, the dagger and the sword. So I think you could do a little bit more to highlight up just the edges of those, maybe a couple little pieces of the armor. I get that this guy's supposed to be dirty and dingy, but I think just a couple of little highlights on some of the sharpest edges would go a long way. A little bit of glistening steel for this scout, or rather this assassin as it emerges from the shadows would be a really nice effect. But overall, I think that this is looking really solid.
Agreed on all points, and I just want to compliment one other thing. I mentioned avoiding the center, right? And look at what we've done here. By placing him against the back of the base and putting the door in the center that's sort of a bright spot, we get the narrative of what's happening here. He's about to go in there and do some dirty deeds, right? I can see all that just because he placed the fig slightly off center and made the door highlighted up so it draws the eye. Beautiful.
For sure.
All right. So let's see. I'll take Marok's Big Wolf, and why don't you take Chubby Sore's Herald of Tzeentch?
Sounds great.
Okay, so Marok, we've got him. We've got the thing in the woods. The downside of the thing in the woods scenario here that you turn into a werewolf. This is obviously a skin wolf from Forge World. Okay, so let's talk about what I like. Sorry, okay, we just wanted to get through all those so we could see all the angles. What I like here is your fur has a lot of nice dark and variations in it. I think maybe I'd love to see even a little more, a couple little stray white hairs and stuff. Normally when you see wolves, they have a little bit of white in their fur as well. Where even if nothing else, where thin bits of the fur are so long and protruding that they are almost translucent because the light has filtered through. And so like that's why we tend to see a little bit of white sheen around the edge of a furry creature. The skin tone here looks very nice. We've got this nice purple bruised tone of him, suddenly shape-shifting. I get that. Comes across great. The leather, you've got this distressed leather where it's ripped and you can kind of see the old words that were here, before he shredded his clothes Hulk style. I think that's really good. I think that I might like to see a little bit even heavier distress along the edges. That is to say, if this truly tore apart, like get some bright, like you've brightened up the edges some. Let's get some more dark light kind of scratches in there, right, where it's truly torn and ripped down into the fabric. But these are all just minor nits for you, Marok. This guy's really pretty great, and he's a lot of fun. And I love the Dead Empire dude. I don't know if that comes with him or if that's your conversion, because I don't know the Skin Wolves figs enough. Do you know, Jeff?
That's got to be a conversion. Given that it's Merrick, for one.
An excellent point.
But also, I mean, I know that the wolf's positioned that way. I don't think he's done anything with the wolf's arm, but yeah, I can't imagine that being part of the model itself. I think let's give Merrick credit for that, regardless, even if it's not. he's got the benefit of the doubt because it's him.
Because he is the master of all conversions. So I'll say two things here. If this isn't part of it, this is excellent work. I love everything about this guy down here. The face looks great. The way you've got the blood stain on here, you went, very bloody, but in a localized area. You didn't just splatter blood all over the whole figure and call it a day. It's in this one specific spot to tell this one specific story. So if you did convert this and you added the extra stretched cloth as well and stuff, wow, super great. I love it. And as usual, Morocco always does great stonework. Let us not underestimate nor forget the great basing here. Look at all these wonderful browns and green tones, as would behoove a weathered old wet city of Mordheim. So fantastic. All right. Great stuff, dude. Those models are cool. I like those Skin Wolf models. All right. Chubby Soar and the Herald of Tzeentch.
Yeah, so we've got a really nice looking model here from Chubby Soar. I think that the first thing that strikes me when I take a look at this model is a really interesting combination of colors. It's very Tzeentchian. You're using a lot of sections of the color wheel and combining them together nicely. I'd also say that the colors are tied together quite well. The way that you've highlighted them up is all consistent and really pulls them all together. So that's kind of a pro and a con, I think, though. It looks as though you've pretty much highlighted by mixing in white to all of the colors. So that has the effect of tying the colors together, but it also does, lessen the vibrancy of the colors themselves. So if we look at that purple, we look at the green almost becomes like a mint green that's highlighted up with white and kind of bleaches out the color. Same thing with the blue. So one thing you could try moving forward is to, rather than mix in white for your highlight color, work your way up the color wheel. So just do one tick up the color wheel, mixing in that color, and that's going to add some brightness too. I've got two other little critiques for you, Chubby Soar, to try to push you a little bit further. The first is I think that you could highlight up that beak a little bit more. I think I'd like to see it look more yellow because right now it looks almost like a tan that gets really, really bleached out with that white that you've used to highlight it up. And the second thing is that cloth. I think here you've actually gone to white as your last color across a lot of the cloth section. Can we skip to image 2 or 3 right here? The light's kind of playing with it funny. This is a great one right here. So as you can see, he's got Chubby Sawyer. You've got the blue, the grayish blue stripes going through this. One at the bottom, one coming down the sides there, the two lines. But then you've got a large amount of just straight white, and I think you want to reserve that white color for the absolute final highlight on a white surface. So if you want to make this look like a pristine white cloth, you still need to go down to gray and then come up to white at the extreme edges. So just layering on a large section of white kind of catches the eye strangely because that's not really what a white surface would look like. But all of that is to just kind of push you a little bit further and get you thinking a little bit more about how you might apply your colors and how you might think about your composition and what highlights to use and so on. But overall, I think this is a really cool model, and it really evokes the spirit of Tzeentch in that you've chosen so many different colors and mixed them together in a way that still looks harmonious, which is, I think, a good tick in your column. So good job.
Yeah, I would say my challenge for you would be fairly straightforward. It would be let's look at our last glaze. Let's thin out that mid-tone color. Let's thin it way down. And let's bring that in to sort of bring these colors together. Because what we've kind of got right now is a lot of, I can see the hard lines of the layers. Like when you mix in white reflects light, white creates hard layers, right? So if you, by mixing in your midtone, you can smooth out some of those edges with a final glaze. Even if you don't want to go through a lot of glazing, you don't want to try to, sort of wet blend everything together, that's okay. You can go this direction, but then you can avoid this. Like I can see the 3 colors you painted with here clear as day, right? Because we got these super hard lines from thicker paint. So if we thin those down a little, and then we take this mid-tone pink and we kind of go over everything in a thin glaze, we'll bring it all together. All right. Good stuff. All right. So let's see. I'll take Carlos K's High Elves. And why don't you take Matthew Price's Dread Elves General? Sound good?
Sounds great.
Okay. All right, so Carlos says these are some high elves he's been working on. So we're just going to kind of scan through here and I'll take a look at them. All right, so Carlos, what I will say is that we have some very elfy things going on. And by that, what I mean is we're in a pretty standard elf color scheme here. We've got the bright golds, we've got the bright silvers, we've got the bright, green, this very bright. That's what high elves are. Just that word repeated a lot. So this one will be a good example. My problem here is that your painting is relatively clean and it looks good. And I want to say that like you're on a good road here, okay? But I feel like what we're doing, these guys have a lot of metal. And I'll say two things about the metal. The metal paint you're using, I don't particularly like because there's nothing like that. Gold doesn't look like gold. That would be my ultimate supposition. Now we can help that look like gold with actually bringing in some more aggressive shading in there. What I'd love to see is the individual plates, say of this scale mail or these deep recesses or under here brought out more. You've got some, like I can see you worked in some shading here, right? And in here, but the problem is we don't have enough contrast on the metal. We've got a lot of very similar contrast throughout. We hit it with a wash. I don't like, maybe we layered some back up, but then we kind of called it a day, right? And the issue there is what that creates is this metal that looks very not realistic to the eye because it doesn't have the hot spot on it that metal has. Like the defining aspect of metal, if you hold it up to a light, is that it's going to create hot spots immediately because it's, almost 100% reflective of all light that hits it. So any kind of light is going to get bounced. But when you wash the whole thing down and add in this sort of matte color to it, what then's going to happen is you're going to get flat, dull metal. And if you're really going for high elves, who I assume you want to be bright and clean, not having those hot spots, those light spots, detracts from the image. Especially when you did create them in your gems. Like this is a guy that you did a great job on these gems. You might want to, I would make your hot spots, your white hot spots where the light is hitting just a teeny bit smaller if you can. Like a couple of them are a little big, but that's a super minor nit. You've got a great gem progression going on here from the deep, like whole red out to this bright yellow. Fantastic work. And that what you're creating there, that illusion of light, is what is missing from your metal. Okay. This guy's standing in bright light, as I can see from all these gems that are bang, like hitting all these colors and having all this light hit them. And yet his metal is flat. So all in all though, I like your color choices very much. I like the gold with the green just looks fantastic. So, that's a great green you chose there. And your paint is very clean. I think what you need to do is just up that game with your shadows on your metal, creating some more hotspots. When you go, this could be highlights too. Hitting the edge of these plates with a little gold silver, or maybe even normal silver, or something like that, as long as it was very thin.
Yes.
It's high elf, so I'll make an exception this time.
That was the first thing when you were like, oh, you need more contrast in the metal. I was like, yep, I know how to fix it.
You knew where we were going to get there, Jeff. You knew.
No,
whatever level of silver hotness, hot spot you're comfortable with, whether that be pure or some mix.
Yeah, but I think as you were suggesting, though, the model overall looks solid, and I think that the gold paired with that nice rich green is a really strong color choice.
Agreed. Yeah, that's great color choice there. That army will look striking as heck from a distance on the table. Like when it gets, and I don't mean that in any negative way. I mean, like when you set that army down, people on, like other tables some distance away are going to notice it and be like, oh, it looks good. Like it just has that projection of cool color.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Matthew Price. The Dread Elves.
Matthew's, he's got a Dread Elf here, not to be confused with a Dark Elf. So first I want to say that the thing that I like most about this model, Matthew, and you can see it best, Vince, I think maybe it's image 2 or 3, one of the ones where he flips to the other side. Yeah, there we go, right there. So what I like best about this model is what I want to call your two main color choices. The color of the cold one, which is like that dark bluish green. It's almost like Vallejo makes like a dark sea green or deep sea green that I really love. It reminds me of that color quite a bit. So it's this nice, very, very dark green blue color paired with the maroon that you've used on the ends of the cloak and on a couple other spot places on the shield, for example. So I think that those two colors together look really solid on a Dread Elf. Very intimidating, very kind of evil looking color scheme, but also royal. But now the challenge I've got for you is to encourage you to take a pairing like that. Now, you don't have to use that one if there's one that you'd prefer more, but try to make that the focal point of the model. Use those colors in more places and reduce the total number of colors that you've got throughout the model. So here, I mean, I was counting when I was looking through this month to prepare for the model, or for Vince and our commentary, and I think it's 8 or 9 colors plus metals on this model. And I don't mean highlights and adding all that. I mean just different colors that we would look at different pots of paint. I think that's too many. I think that as you move forward, you might consider dramatically reducing the number of colors. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow us, as we're viewing your models from across the table or in pictures that you take of your models and posting to the internet, it's going to allow us to really focus more on your technical quality of your painting. And it's going to be a less distracting, a less busy model. Because here you've got really just, I think, 3 or 4 too many colors. That light green that you have, that medium green, and the color of the cold one really don't work well together. The red that you've got next to the gold, next to the orangish leather, also don't work well together. It's the idea is you want to reduce the total number of colors that we see on the model, making supplementing the basic colors that you're using with neutral colors like a dark brown, like black, like white. Those colors tend to not make the model look too busy. So that's my real challenge to you moving forward as you think about working through the rest of this army or picking up another project as you move forward. Think about how you can create the look that you want on the model without using quite so many colors. I think that's going to go a long way. Another thing that I've got for you is thinning your paints down a little bit more. That's going to make the models look a little bit less chalky, a little bit less, kind of thickly applied paint. You want to thin those colors down, and you're going to get a nice smooth application. It takes a little bit longer to accomplish painting the entire model, but the results are going to really impress you as you keep at it. But I see a lot of promise here, and I think that by picking just a combination of colors that you've chosen here and going with those and making those the focal point, I think you're going to have a much stronger look to the army. If we compare this to, for example, to the High Elf that we just saw a moment ago, that's an example of choosing just a couple of colors throughout the entire model, and it's a stronger look in terms of composition. But you've got a great start here, and I look forward to seeing what you come up with the rest of the army.
Agreed. I'll give you one final note, Matt. What's going on with that base, buddy? What's going on with that base? So as we all know, we got to black the edges of those bases. I don't unless you're legitimately trying to recreate 1988, and that's your goal. Get rid of that green edge. And I need to see more than the 1988 flock up here too. I need to see something more than the terrain, like the train sort of matte flock. This is your general, right? This is the guy. This is the dude in your army. Like if there's anybody you're gonna put some basing stuff on, this is the guy, right? So that's what I'll say.
And Vince is going to have the same critique for me later in the month review when we get to the goblins, which have goblin green,
Well, you were
1995
specifically you are specifically trying to recreate 1988. That's
yeah,
your
I am.
that's your project.
That's the game. Yeah.
Which means you're making a bad choice intentionally, but I can handle it. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take G Ambulance Services Herald of Slaanesh here. And speaking of goblins, I think you're the first person to take Flobluker's Moon Clan Grots. How's that sound? You might know a thing or two about the Moon Clan.
I do. Let's do this thing.
And I may know a thing or two about Slaanesh. All right.
Just one or two.
Indeed. So great conversion, first off, taking the Sister of Slaughter or Witch Elf body and turning it into a Herald. I dig it all over. I, too, used a bunch of Witch Elf bodies and turned them into Daemonettes and Heralds, so I support this fully. I like the use of the gold. You've got some purple in your recess color and the gold, a great way to make gold look antiqued and old, so that's fantastic. We've got some extremely striking contrasts here, especially on the claw. I think I would like to see maybe a slight mid-step in here. Like on this claw, we got this white edge, and it almost immediately falls away into this very dark purple. I would have liked to see a little more of like what you did up here on the thumb claw, where we've got, more of a pink magenta tone in there. Would have liked to see that just a little more, maybe thin down that white. It's a little too much. There is what I'll say. It's a minor thing, but the claw is a pretty big striking part of the overall model, right? Now
he could just glaze that back down too if he wants to.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, we're just talking about a simple, quick pink glaze, right? Like very carefully controlled right down here and right up here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which, just literally just like zoop, zoop. Or glaze the whole thing in the pink and then edge with the side of your brush the white again, right? Could go that direction too. Lots of ways you could go with it. Now, as to the rest of your color choices, I like them all. Like you've done good things here. I especially like that we've worked a little bit of color. We mentioned earlier working the color into black hair. Here we've got a great example of working color into black, leather or boots, the bracer and the boots with a sort of greenish blue tone in them, right? To give them some play against the pink. Much more interesting than if those were just jet black. If everybody who's watching this, close your eyes really stare at this for a second. Now close your eyes and picture what it would look like with those in pure black or just black gray, and how much less interesting it would be overall as a model because we didn't have that second bit of color breathing life into everything, right? So it's often little things like that I really like, that I think is a great choice. So very, very well done there. The only other critique I would have for you is around just some cleanliness on stuff like this, like here on the arm where I can see this big. This is like, it looks like you were shading it, the gold, and we got a drop. We got a little bit of too much shade caught down here. Same on the other side of the hand. You just want to make sure when that happens that you clean that stuff up so it's not just so thick. Like here on the skin, we go like bright white, super dark because we had the wash collect there. So just watch the pooling on your wash. I would say be a little more controlled with it, and that'll really make your paint jobs look a lot cleaner. So there you go. A+, by the way, G, for taking the picture on the book. Nice close-up picture. You got the book in the background. You got a black edge on that base. Love it. Looking good. Any thoughts from you there, sir?
Just that I'm really impressed overall with the model. I think that it's really strong. I think G Ambulance Services painting is getting better by the month.
I 100% agree. This is a great model. Good conversion. Good colors. Love it.
Yeah.
All right. Moon Clan.
Yeah. So Flobluker's first post on here for the PmP, which is great. We're really pleased to have you. Welcome aboard. I don't have a lot in the way of critique here because I think that a lot of Flobluker's decisions were intentional, the stylistic choices that he's making. So, I don't necessarily want to say just do it differently because I would do it differently. So I'm going to focus mostly on the things I like. I do have one critique for you, but we'll get to that at the end. Let's start with the fact that given the number of colors that Flablucher is using, these models should look busy. But to my eye, they really, really work. And I think that's because of the places that you've applied these colors to, and also the fact that the majority of this model is the neutral black color. I think that's what really lets you get away with it. So you can have these really busy looking mushrooms, the yellow, checkers and flames and so on, the bright green flesh, and it still kind of works. I mean, look at the attention to detail on these models. Everything from the mushrooms that have all those nice little fungus dots to the noses that he's painted with an alternative color to suggest that they're, kind of a monstrous, skin that's defining these goblin creatures, to the freehand that he's done on the flames and the checkers, especially. It's all very neat and tidy, and I think that it looks really solid. Your basing, as I said, with the mushrooms is great, but I also like what you've done with the rock features and how it provides a nice little clean cave floor looking surface for these goblins to stand upon. That looks really solid too. On the topic of stuff that I do differently if it were me, I think that the green flesh color looks a little bit strange. I would have gone less with a minty green and more with a I guess a true green mixed with a little bit of yellow to get my highlights to make it look like a traditional kind of Games Workshop color. But I think that's just a stylistic choice that you've used here. I also would have gone with red for the noses instead of yellow or the fleshy peach color that you've chosen. Again, that's just a stylistic choice that I think you're going for. So you do you, so to speak. The one critique I would give you that I think holds no matter what your intentions are is that I think the gray needs to be highlighted up a little bit more. So, for example, on the tips of these hats, on the shoulders of these models where they've got the folds of cloth, on the sharpest edges at the bends of the knees and so on, I really do think you need one more layer up of gray just to make those pop a little bit more. The mushrooms, yellow, the skin, all that pops, and the neutral black color is really, really matte there with that one highlight that you've chosen to lay down. I think that a little bit more highlighting will go a long way there. Overall, I think this is awesome, and I mean, we could just see all his models in the back that he hasn't brought to our attention yet. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of your models in future months. But this is a really great first submission. We're glad to have you in the PmP.
Absolutely. I'll echo Marty Liddell's comments. The bases, I love the mushrooms. It's great. You do put little mushrooms, but we got to do something more than that cork. If I was you, I would grab, just go out to your game store or go to Amazon, grab yourself a $10 pot of the Vallejo basing paste. Kind of get some basing paste around the edges. Make sure that where the cork doesn't quite hit the edge, you got that down there. It's going to add some texture. It's going to make it not look like a piece of cork. You can build it up in some places. You can create little, hills and recesses. You could also attack your cork with some kind of sharp implement before you put the goblin on there, before you dry brush it. That's another great one. Just stab at the cork. Just get a sharp implement and stab at it carefully. I don't want you to injure yourself, to pit it and knock chunks out of it and stuff like that. Again, it'll just make it feel more realistic than like the top of it, which just screams, this is a piece of cork, right? The edges look like rock, but the top just looks like cork. There you go. All right. I'll talk about my Chaos Knights, and then let's see. You can, if you want to take Dice Miniature Paint Guy's like massive Silver Tower box set.
Sure thing.
All right, I'm giving you a heck of a job there. All right. So I've been wanting to do some Chaos Knights of Slaanesh for a while. I had these on hand. I've got a bunch of extra Chaos Knights just because I love them. I think they're great models. And I mean, I've done, I think, about 20 or 25 Chaos Knights in different armies. Never Nurgle. Never, ever Nurgle. And I really wanted to try for the sort of metallic sheen effect like you often see on the Forge World Titans and stuff, and their dreadnoughts, which uses a silver zenithal undercolor and then using a ghost tint over top. So that was the fun experiment here to see how that would work. These were just kind of playing around to see if I could make something look like that. And I think it came out actually pretty well. I'm quite happy with the colors and how it came out. I think it does have a pretty decent pop to it. It was also a fun experiment to play around with purple or with pink magenta water, like crimson water. I wanted to see if I could make this really otherworldly Slaneshi pools at their feet. And the answer is I can, and I didn't darken it as much as I should have. The pools at the feet are so bright that they overwhelm the models. That needs to be way darker, like the same crimson color, at least in the recesses. Maybe the edge has that slight highlight to it, but I needed to darken that way down, and did not. So hence that's a little distracting, and I'm not as big of a fan of it. When I talked about earlier about like the metal, let's see if we can get in here to show. So if you look at like this guy's axe right here, you can see it get dark up here and dark down here, and then the highlights hitting up here and here. That's, or these horns are a really great example of it, right? Where the light is striking it. These aren't just the shadows that the light box is creating, right? I'm using the shading to reinforce what the light is how the light's going to interact with true metallic metal. And so the pop of it becomes much more, it feels
Popperific.
Yes, popperific. Papa Galactic. There you go. No, never that. Never that. So there you go. Any other thoughts?
Just that I think that you're right. I think what you've got here is two great sections of a model. I think the base looks awesome in its own right. If it were just, you took the model off, I think the base would look amazing. And if you put these models on different bases, I think the composition of that would look a lot nicer too. What's running through my mind is that you should do something with this pink otherworldly fluid on the base. I don't know what project it would be. I'm thinking like Harlequins for 40K, or even like Sisters of Battle in 40K, if those ever come out and you did a side project like that, like some kind of like pink ooze might look really cool if you complemented it with using that pink color somewhere else in the model. I think you're right that they don't match. Like the banner, for example, doesn't go up to this pink color, and it's really just a different color. That's purple highlighted up to pink, or violet, purplish pink color, and this is like a neon pink, so they don't pair. But I think that the bases look really, really cool. Like I'm just wondering what you could put on that type of base in the future. So just don't throw out the idea of doing this pink color, but I think use it somewhere else in the future.
Right. Yeah. I'm going to keep playing around with it. And what I'll say is this could be fixed if I wasn't lazy, because I could just pour some more. I could get some more realistic water, mix in, say, like a dark Carrienberg Crimson with perhaps a single drop of an incredibly dark green ink, because that will desaturate that crimson right down, right? Being its complementary color. And then just pour a thin layer of that over top of it, and you'd knock the bright pink right out of it. So, and it would come much more in line with the color above it. So you could,
go ahead.
Do the same thing with some purple, something like that, right? There's lots of different ways you could do it.
For sure. And one last thing, I don't want to miss this before we move on, but the freehand, I think that looks really, really solid. And I love the way that we've talked in the past about the difficulty of painting freehand on a curved surface. And so this is an example of your freehand being well positioned in that, the banner comes down at a curve and the freehand follows it in the proper way. So that looks really right to the eye of the observer. And, it's difficult to do, as having done it, but I think
having done it wrong.
Well, having done it right and wrong. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've done it too. I painted some freehand on a scout's shoulder. Actually, the picture is later in the month. I think I'm going to repaint it because it's a little bit off, and it just kills every time I look at it. I'm like, it's a little off. It's not right. So, but this looks perfect.
Well, thank you. I was happy with it, and it's fun to just push paint around on banners. Just simple freehand. Get into it. You just paint a little picture. You just keep pushing paint around until you like it.
For sure.
All right.
Speaking of doing what you like, these are awesome. I love the vibrancy. I like the Dice Miniature Paint guys. Just like, I'm gonna use all the colors. It's gonna be a silver tower circus of fanciful colors, and I'm cool with it. And I think that's his intention. And more power to you, buddy. I think that these, I mean, they're just so characterful, and you've I like the goldfish pattern here.
Yeah, the clownfish or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, the clownfish. Yeah, it's awesome. So I'm just kind of I'm really enjoying it as we move across, all these different models. I guess the critique for you moving forward. I mean, if you were doing a project that wasn't Silver Tower, where it's this explosion of color and fanciful combinations, I think you'd want to, pull down the number of colors substantially and make it look a little bit more realistic. But here you're going for this sort of look, and so I think it really works. On a technical point, I think that you want to continue to work on your brush control and continue to work on thinning down your paints, nice thin lines. Like if we were to look at those familiars, the plop, I think it is, the fish that walks on two legs. Yeah, so if we look at that. So for example, these lines, I think they need to be a little sharper. They're a little bit messy as you drag your paintbrush down there. So that's just a little bit of technical, pushing you a little bit further. But the thing that you say in your introduction to this is that you painted all this in a month. And for anyone other than Vince Venturella, that's a really impressive feat to get that number of models done that quickly. As someone who buys all of these Games Workshop board games and struggles to paint all the models, more power to you for getting it all done, buddy. I think that this is really good stuff. You said in your introduction also that you're going to clean up these bases, but that you needed to retain your sanity and put this aside for a little while. So I'm going to hold you to that. I hope that you go back and clean those up ultimately, because that's going to make the board game look even nicer on the table. But overall, really cool looking models, and congratulations on getting it all done in such a short amount of time.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. And it's one of those things where, like, ultimately these are game pieces, right? And so you're buying it for a board game. You really just want to have them painted up to play the board game. So I think he treated this as more of a speed paint. And there you go. And it's a different thing you're engaging in. I did want to point out a few little details though that he managed to work in that I quite liked. The weathering and wearing on the book pages, the interior of the book pages, I thought looked very nice. This here on, I don't remember his name, but the book, the walking book. The eye peacock feathers on the Gaunt Summoners thing, like that's a nice little extra touch that didn't have to be here, right? Looks great. I love this down here. I really like that. That's super cool. Especially because those feathers have almost no texture. Like you have to put, if you want these to actually look like true feathers, you have to put texture into them. They don't actually have the normal ridges that feathers have.
Interesting.
And then there's one, here we go. Turning these two like round gems into eyeballs. Creepy as all get out, and super great little touch that I noticed and was like, oh, that's disturbing in a very real way. And the fact that he put the red around it to have like a socket, right?
Yeah.
Just a wonderful little touch. So yes, of course you speed paint, and there's plenty of places where the color, your lines aren't as clean as they could be, and certainly I'm sure you know that too. But overall, one heck of an accomplishment, sir. All right. Okay. So let's see. I'll take Desmond's War Chanter here. If you want to take Kieran's, our missing co-host's gyrocopter or gyro bomber. Sorry, sound good?
Gyro bomber. Yeah, no problem.
All right. Okay, so I love everything about this, and what I love about it most is that he added the drums and the little grot. Wonderful conversion out of the shields. This edition is so good. It takes this fig up to the next level. Like, there's a couple things I would say just very quickly, like on the armor's kind of flat. It's boring. We need some scratches there. We need some different highlighting and shading. That's all fine. It's true. Like this armor in here, this black or metal armor or whatever it is it's just flat. It's not interesting. The skin looks good. Nice color. They got some fun, sort of OSL around the glowing sticks. The bone has a lot of different colors worked into it, going all the way down to this dark brown. There's a lot of things on this model I love. The drums and that drum conversion is beyond good. So I mean, really, this is super fantastic and an awesome model to set down on the table. I think when you just want to work on your metals a little bit and making those a little more visually interesting when you got that pure black armor or that pure metal armor. Scuffs, scratches, battle damage. Get some more light points in there, and you'll be good to go. But other than that, super, super great model. And I really, really can't compliment the use of the creation of the drums enough. I can't, because it's freaking genius, and I love it. One thing I want to point out, because it's going to come up, I'm sure, on somebody else's piece, we talk all the time about taking bone down to a very dark color. You can do it through striations. You can do it through general shading. Wonderful use of that here, where he took this from bright white, shoop, all the way down to basically black, right? This sort of bone that got hacked. Fantastic. You can go in either direction. In the end, I don't think it really matters. Like, it could go light to dark or dark to light. In this case, I think you absolutely made the right choice, because you wanted to frame. Let's talk about why you would make that artistic choice. You want to frame this guy's face in the light points, right? Because this is the center of the model. And so you did that by highlighting the edge of the bone. The face is generally the brightest. A+.
Yeah, so I get the pleasure of seeing these models every now and again.
Okay, awesome.
Des is one of the people who I get to game with, playing some AOS. He attended the tournament I ran, the one-day tournament in Manchester earlier in the month. He actually painted all these guys really quickly, too, to get them all ready for the tournament. And he came in first place with a strong paint score. So really looking great. And the conversion's so cool with the ogre conversion bits for the symbols. Really cool.
It's really good. Yep. All righty. Kieran's gyro bomber.
Yeah, so looking really, really cool. Kieran's an excellent painter, as we all know from this PmP group. I think that the combination of orange and blue is really striking, and something I don't think I've ever seen with dwarves before, but I think it works really well. And here he's paired it with a couple of neutrals, the propeller color, that bone yellowish tan kind of color, and the gray basing that he's chosen to use here. So I think that it looks really solid. I wish he had actually given us a close-up of the guy in the cockpit, the little pilot there. If we scan through, you can't quite get in there and see what's going on. I'd like to get a better, yeah, that could be. Also, I got to talk to Kieran at some point. I'd like him to boost the brightness of his photos a little bit, just in the editing that he can do afterward. But yeah, that's a little bit better look in there. So actually, if you could hold it here though for a minute, Vince, if you could hold on that close up. The two critiques that I have for Kieran are, one, I think that I would have gone with a different color on that that chain link, or whatever that pattern is called, that dwarfish thing. Yeah, what is that called? It's like a
I don't know, but this, yes,
it's like
let's call it this, this relief or this engraving or whatever it is. Yes, I agree. You picked exactly what I was going to say. So keep going. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I would have picked that out if I were him. I think he could have used that tan color from the rudder. That would have been fine. Or he could have done silver, as he did in a couple other places. Or just some third color that he could have mixed in if you wanted to. As a similar note, I think I would have encouraged him to do it on. There are a couple places where he's got the silver, like this, the dwarf, for example. You can see that dwarf face right at the front of the cockpit. It's that little medallion kind of thing there at the front. I think that mixing in some other color there and picking out a couple of details, so using maybe gold and silver in combination, kind of in the same way that he did on the gun at the front, where you have like the dragon's mouth, where you got the two tones there. I think that doing that would have also popped this up one more level. What color would you have used on the Celtic dwarf rune?
Well, see, it's tough because he underwent in orange. He undercoated in orange, right? Gold isn't really going to pop against it. Hence, I suspect why he used the silver. If I was looking at this from the beginning, I'll tell you right now, what I would have done is switch the blue and the orange. Okay.
Okay.
So the blue would be on top and the orange would be underneath. Then the filigree. That's the word. The filigree.
That's it. Yeah.
Could be gold, and that would pop like crazy against that that blue, and the bolts on the bottom could be silver against the orange, which would also make them pop out.
Mm-hmm.
Like we have all these bolts that don't have any color to them, right?
Right. Yep. 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 He could have even done kept them orange. If he had done orange on the bottom and blue on the top, he could have done the orange filigree against the blue, and that would have been all right too, I
Oh,
think.
sure. Yep. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
All
some
right.
thoughts for moving forward, but overall, strong model.
Yeah, absolutely. I clearly we got the whole Air Force here, it seems, as I'm scanning through, because I just realized there are different bases. I don't know if one's magnetized or if it's
It's
legitimately multiple.
Yeah, he said he magnetized it, so I think it's the same one. It's just he pops on the front or
Gotcha. Okay.
something. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I will say overall, I like it, but yes, that filigree just stands out so much not being painted. It's the first thing I noticed, sadly.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Moving on. Let's see. Why don't I take I'll tell you what, why don't I take Victor's Slaughter Priest here and some Fire Slayer heroes. And I think you can take the oh boy, the sort of
Sweet, sweet Nurgles.
yeah, indeed. All right. So Victor getting into the corn, into the Slaughter Priest. Obviously a great model. All of the different Slaughter Priests are pretty fantastic models. And let's talk about some things I like going on here. First off, we've got some fun tattoos across the skin. You can see the various corn symbols. As per usual, we'll wait for the Fire Slayers for a second. As per usual, Victor's got some good color and tonal variation in the skin. So we've got some good reds and purples. We've got a lot of different shades working into the gold. The bones on this guy, like hit the big horns that surround his head, are always a big challenge because if you go the normal bone color, they get lost against the flesh. So I agree with his choice to make them darker. And I like, there's a very subtle thing here. Let me see if I can get a good picture of it. Yeah. So what can we zoom? We cannot. Okay. Shame. Can you see this highlight on his cheekbone in the tattoo?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a little touch, but it's a good touch. Now, let me talk about where I think we could have done better with the tattoos. Victor, I don't think this guy's worn a shirt ever. And I think that because he has a giant pair of horns attached to a bone spine thing attached to his back.
Macy's doesn't make that size.
Yeah, they don't exactly. So this guy's been running around the Chaos Wastes and wherever else, the Mortal Realms, for who knows how long. Years, many years probably. Killing his way up the corn ladder, and he's got these tattoos. Well, unless he just got these, like if this is war paint, okay, and not a tattoo, if you're going for war paint, then one of the tricks you can do to make it stand aside is have the paint run. Okay, so like have drips of the paint coming down where gravity would carry some of it down, because it'd be slapped across and be very uneven, because war paint generally gets put on with like somebody else's hand, right? You don't brush on war paint. If it's a tattoo, then I would love to see a glazing of the flesh tone over top. So war paint comes up to the next level when you start to have the effect, because like it would just be wet pigment slapped on with somebody's fingers, right? So it would run. If you can picture what I'm talking about here, like on his leg, there'd be drips coming down like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a few drips here and here. And you could even use like some heavier pigment to actually build up, like make this have physical weight and texture. If you have pigment, use like your Vallejo pigments that I know you have, Victor, mix them in with some paint, just a tiny little amount, and have a drip coming down with a little bit of pigment in the drip at the tip of it. So it looks like that pigment ran down and collected right there and then dried and stuck. Little things like that. All right. Oh, Fire Slayer here. Sorry, let me jump over those. I don't want to skip those real quick. I'll be quick on these. Sure. I like these guys. I like very much. What I like about his Fire Slayer choice here, the green axes. Great choice, because those things pop. And he has it worked in. Notice we got a little gem. We got it on his tabard. I think it'd be cool to have one more instance of it. Okay. And I'll tell you exactly where I would put it. I'd put it in his mohawk. Okay. I would have a single green strand going zoop right up there in his mohawk, or two zoop, zoop, in this same turquoise. Think about how much that would stand out. You would be placing that thing right up against its complementary color, right? it would just pop. And it would create a lot more visual interest as your eye swept around the model. You look at the action, look at the head, you look down at the face, right? You're just moving. Your eye couldn't stop moving around it. When you're doing crazy colored mohawks, think about putting in a little pop of a different color, right? I mean, they're slayers. There's no. I think they're allowed to dye their hair however they want. I don't think they're already doomed, so it's fine. All right,
I got
great stuff.
But before you move on, I got two things. One, we were talking about the way you could highlight up red earlier in the episode, and this is an example because here this is actually red highlighted up to orange and then yellow. Because in the deepest recess you have a brownish red. So there's an example of that gradation that you could use. Number two, Vince, have you been reading the newest White Dwarfs?
I have not saw the newest one yet, the November one or whatever. I haven't gotten that one yet.
Well, when you get it, flip to the back to the reader's models, and you are going to see some of Victor Quase's models that he's put up on the PmP previously.
What? Congratulations, Victor.
Yeah, I hope he must know by now. But hey, if you don't, Victor, check out White Dwarf because you're in there. Really impressive stuff.
That is awesome.
AOS Stormcast.
That is fantastic. Congratulations, bud. That's super awesome and well deserved. Those Stormcasts, the Ghost of Azir he did are absolutely stunning. So wonderful. That is wonderful.
Yeah. I felt a little swelling of pride in my heart, you know? I mean, this is...
that was his budget of Sigmar army. Absolutely. Done in the PmP.
Fellow PmPer.
Absolutely. Way to go, man. We're building the alumni. I think Steve Wren has had some stuff in there too. So there you go.
Yep. Yeah.
The PmP alum.
Let's just take credit for that. Can we take credit for that, Vince?
We'll take it.
Who goes on to get, accolades of any kind, we'll just take credit for. Is that cool?
Yes, we get a future 10% cut on all White Dwarf credit for anybody in PmP. Yeah, exactly. All right. Let's get on to some gross Nurgle. Here we go.
Yeah, so Ryan's mixing and matching different demon models and maybe even some ghouls. I'm not positive, but I'm not quite sure if they're mixed in here. But definitely some bloodletters, definitely, plague bearers. And I think it's a strong conversion, actually. I think that they look really unique. I mean, this is definitely going to be an army that stands out on the tabletop if you go all the way and do an entire army of these Nurgle demons. I would say from a composition standpoint, the color choice that you've used is a bit drab, and you've done well to play off of it by using a bright red color as a spot color on these models, so that adds some interest. But I don't know, to my mind, I wonder if there isn't something else you can do to make it look less monotone. Perhaps the solution would be to do something slightly different with the horns. If you're cool with going something really strange, like even something similar to the red that you've used on the inside of the bodies of these plague bearers, some bright color like that, like even using the red could be kind of cool, make it look a little different. But right now, as I look at these, I'm thinking, so like this guy in the front and the right, the teeth, the bone, the eye, and the flesh are all the same color. So I think you need to do a little bit more to break that up. Maybe you want to pick out all of those little pustules and things with the bright color. Maybe you want to change the horns. Maybe you want to paint the teeth. Something just to break it up a little bit. But overall, really cool conversion. Interesting take on Nurgle demons for sure. But I think that you might need to think about how you'd make the models a little bit more interesting besides just the conversion, because here your conversions are really the only thing that's adding interest to the model. The color choices are, I think, holding it back. So
I'll give a quick, conversions are awesome. I love the incorporation of the bloodletter pieces into the plague bearers. They just fit together well. Here's my thoughts. Let's do this. Let's take these horns that we've got, right? Let's black them down at the base. Let's white them up at the top, like run that whole gamut, and let's run some orange in the middle. Let's grab some deep orange and let's get that into the horn. And let's do that, and let's take those pustules and really pop them with a yellow. Okay, so we've got all these different sort of colors moving, all in the warm spectrum moving around. I think that would be a great way to add some visual interest.
And that pair with the base. That pair with the basing too. Yeah,
exactly. You got it. All right. Let's see. Why don't I knock out my 2 things here real quick? Okay.
Okay, sure.
Just so I can get those out of the way. And then you can take Jacob Wallman's
Jester.
Harlequin.
Harlequin, yeah.
Yes, I don't remember which one this is.
Spirit Seer, or no, what's it called? I'll think of it in a moment.
Okay, cool. All right, so first up, we had some fun. These guys just played in a tournament this last weekend and did more or less nothing, but that's okay. These are my my Voidmongers. These are my Zinch converted Wrathmongers. I hate the normal flails, so they're converted all over the place, just with all the bits I could grab in the storm. We've got some Stormcast helms, of course, as behooves the army. If I was inclined, I probably should have dremeled off a few more of the corn symbols. But in my mind, these guys were recent converts. And they hadn't had a chance to grab some new armor just yet. So they're rocking their old stuff, but they're all in for Zinch now. Overall, these guys were fairly quick. I haven't painted my Zinch stuff or done the Zinch basing in a little while of my cracked ice bases. And so that was fun to return to. I remembered how much I hate those. But overall, I'm actually, I would say fairly happy with how these guys came out. I thought the purple looked pretty good and pretty smooth. I thought their skin tone came out fairly nice. I was happy with the blue skin tone. Still looks somewhat like a living thing. And yeah, I mean, there's certainly some elements I could have done better. I could have taken the highlighting and shading on the gold a little farther. And there's a couple places where I can just see mistakes and they bother me. But for the most part, I would say I'm pretty happy. I don't know. There you go.
Still one of my favorite armies that you've done, Vince. I think that those bases are a labor of love and they suck to do, but really, really strong. I think that they're really, really cool.
It is a fun army, and I do love it. And it was good to play it this weekend. So there you go. All right. Also for the same tournament, 3 more Storm Fiends. So there you go. You'll notice the back one might look a little smaller. He has to be on a slightly taller rock because I had used one of the Storm Fiends' bodies for a previous conversion. So I had to steal a normal Rat Ogre and then hack him up and put the armor on him to bulk him up because he is just a normal Rat Ogre, that guy right there. So, but I think he came out okay as the Warp Fire Projector guy. Looks real enough to me. No Brain Rats on the back because Brain Rats are bad. And I did a tutorial video on the heated gun barrels. So if you want to know how to do that effect, it's very, very, very easy. You can check out my channel for the tutorial. Real quick, I want to talk about something on this model. I talk a lot about color saturation or desaturating a color, things like that, knocking the color out of the color. This was a great example of that. I had this very bright turquoise, and I didn't want these guys to suddenly be super bright. I knew I wanted to use purple as this other color to create visual interest because I didn't want it to just be gray or brown or white. They're tabards, a neutral color. This down here, right? The sort of tabards or cloth they're wearing. And there's only one spot of it, right? And so if it was bright, it would be bad because it would just draw the attention away from all this wonderful turquoise that I spent, or teal that I spent a lot of time on. So what did we do? We took purple and we mixed in some yellow. When you add yellow to purple, it gets darker, not lighter, because you're mixing in the direct complementary color. So we desaturate it down. So it looks very weak. We've created a weak gray, pasty version of this color that even though that's purple, it doesn't draw your eye. It's not that bright purple that would draw you in. Imagine if this was the same intensity and saturation as this teal, right? It would just be like, bah, this is all I can look at. It's so bright. So there you go. Desaturation.
Okay.
It's a good way to use a color without actually, like, when you want to use a color, but you only got one spot to place it, and it's going to be bright, you can still get it on there by desaturating it down. And then you'll retain your color balance. So there you go.
Yeah, your video on that was really good. It's something I hadn't thought about in a long time.
Well, thank you. I'm glad. Yes, there's a tutorial on that as well. There you go. All right. Back to you, sir. Now we're done looking at my stuff.
Yeah, well, Jacob, if this were any other model, I'd tell you that there are too many colors. But you know, Harlequins play by their own rules. So I think it's called a Shadow Walker. I'm struggling to remember the name of it, but it's an awesome looking sculpt. Really, really impressive stuff. So I would say that if it were me doing it, I would have used fewer colors, even though it's a Harlequin. But you know, I give you the pass on that because, like I say, they're supposed to be circus-like. I think you could still accomplish the same thing with about two or three fewer colors. But you know, these are the choices that you made for the Harlequin force you want to do. So whatever you like is what you want to go with there. What I'm really impressed with as we look at this model is the attention to detail. Everything from the candy cane pattern on the staff to, if you skip to image 2, actually, Vince, to the, and can you zoom in on the purple there? Do you see the starscape that he's painted? It's kind of faint from this photograph, but you can see it on the head and yeah, and there on the sash um, as well. I think that that's a really, really cool you know, little above and beyond piece of detail. So I think that's really solid. Thing I'd challenge you with moving forward is I think that the way you painted on the diamonds, I think you might have made more work for yourself than you need to have made. It looks to my eye as if you painted each of those diamonds individually. And if that's the case, then I'd encourage you to do it a slightly different way if you're going to do more Harlequins in the future. What you want to do is paint a series of uh, you know, diagonal lines and then come back with the opposite angle diagonal line across the entire surface. It's really hard to get that quite right because of the way that the cloth is bent, but there's actually a video on it that Duncan Rhodes has done for Games Workshop. There's also an old White Dwarf from like 2008 that has Harlequins in it that shows you the technique. But essentially what you want to do is you want to create that crisscross pattern and it creates the diamonds. You want to fill in the diamonds that you want to fill in and then paint the other color to cover the line a little bit more to make it a thinner line. That's going to save you a lot of time moving forward, and it's going to make that diamond pattern look way crisper. So that's something to consider if you're going to do more Harlequins moving forward. But overall, I think this is a great start to a Harlequin collection.
You didn't hear any of that, did you? Are you there?
Yep. Hey, I'm back. I cut out a lot there? Sorry about that.
I think I was talking and I was on mute.
Oh, I got confused and I dropped out because I figured it was me. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Apologize, people, for a little technical interruption. I had muted to blow my nose and because I don't want to be rude to everyone, and then forgot to unmute myself. What I was saying was the green is the color too far, right? Like
Okay.
this could be blue or purple or something like that, or red pulled over here. That's the color that went too far, because it's the only instance of green on the model. So there you go.
Gotcha. Yep.
All right. So otherwise, I love it. It's great. I'll take Bruce Lim's Magma Droth if you want to take Idic Beer's Iron Priest. Sound good?
Sounds great.
Alrighty. Bruce. Okay, Bruce, let's talk about the first thing I need here. I need bigger pictures. That's step one, so I can actually evaluate it. Because I from a distance, he looks pretty good. You went for traditional dino colors. You know, he's green with some natural tones, so I like that. Like from what I can see, I like the model, but I need to be able to see it better to give you a proper evaluation. Like I think you're going for a lava base, but what I'll say is I'm guessing that I want to see more out of that lava base From this distance, it looks kind of flat and boring. I don't have enough ridges or rocks or things protruding up out of the lava. Yeah, overall, it's very hard to judge from that size. So we got to get a slightly bigger photo there, buddy. Because I like where you're going, and I want to zoom in and see all the goodness. So there you go. But on the whole, good color choices. And what I think you did is you worked the green and yellow of the magma droth into his mohawk. And if that is in fact what you did, as I'm looking at this small picture, then A plus. That's a good pull. All right, Idic Beers, Iron Priest. Oh, did we lose Jeff?
Oh, can you hear me now? Sorry, I was on mute.
Oh boy, we're having a good time here. All right.
Yeah. Well, okay. So what I was saying a second ago is that I've got some notes here on the a couple of choice images to look at. I want to start with some of these first couple because we can get the full look, and then I've got a couple in particular that I want to go to because we got 25 to choose from. So
yes. Idic always he luxuriates us with photos. Yes.
Yeah, this one's a good one here to give a good sense of the model. I think that it's a really cool looking space wolf model. I like what you've done with the snow base. I like that nice backdrop that you've got to this photograph, and the nice board, the snowy board that you've got as the frame here. It's really a pretty photo. I think that you've made some pretty straightforward choices here. The color of the wolf is a two-tone brown and black. So that's a pretty basic color scheme that complements the space wolf nicely. I especially like what you've done with the flesh as well. I think that your flesh color came out quite well, and it's got some nice shading to it as well. The thing that I like most, though, about this model as you present it to us is the story that you're telling. And we've got I guess it's, I don't know if it's Imperial Fists, the yellow Space Marine armor that you've got there that the wolf's been chewing on. So we can see that there's blood in the wolf's teeth and some sinew in its mouth. You've got the dismembered Space Marine on the base. If we go a little bit forward, Vince, we can see a little bit more of that detail. Yeah, we'll just go through a nice little tour for the viewers here. So yeah, he gets to some close-ups in a moment. There you go. Yeah, so we can see even more blood splatter on the ground. Might expect a little bit more blood from that sort of wound. So a little bit more, not just the splatter, but also just a pool of blood that would probably be spilling out there when the severed head came off. But let's move a little bit further. We can see at one point in one of the images, I think it's maybe image 23, 24, you've got the bloody knife of the Space Wolf as well at the bottom of the bolter there. I think that blood, you might want to smear that a little bit more toward the base of the shaft of the knife. I think that would tell the story a little bit further, but I like that you've carried that narrative throughout the entire model. I think that's really strong. And also, could we go to image number 18 quickly? Just back there. Yeah, I also like what you've done with this this two-tone hammerhead, where you've got the fire and ice thing going on there. I think that's a really cool a cool dimension too. If I had to challenge you though to improve on some things moving forward, I think my two things would be I think the Space Wolf armor could be highlighted up a little bit more to make it pop. The gray looks a little bit drab to my eye. And I think we could see this toward the beginning of the images. I don't know if we could pull back just a little bit, maybe 5 or 6 images, Vince. The other thing is the wolf itself. I think that wolf could be a little bit more interesting. Let's see, actually that photo looks pretty solid there that you've highlighted up the see that last photo, you can see it a little better. I don't know if it's the light catching or what, but compare this photo here to the one that is one above it, number 12. One back. And see there, yeah, there you go. It starts to look a little too drab. So it could be the lighting that you're using there. Maybe it's bleaching out some of the highlights. But I think you want to make sure that those highlights are applied to the fur to make those individual strands pop out a little bit more. If it's the light that's doing it here, then you want to paint those up. If it's the light that's making it invisible in the other image, then good work. Then you've already gotten to what I was going to encourage you to do. So those are my thoughts overall.
Yep, you nailed exactly what I was going to say, and I will also compliment that I like the hammer and I love the decapitated Space Marine on the base. That's great. Any death of Space Marine seems good to me. I don't know if that's a good guy or a bad guy. He's a yellow guy, killed by a gray guy, but it'd be any death of Space Marines is a cause for celebration as far as I'm concerned. There we go.
I think it might be some story like of the Horus Heresy, or I don't know.
It's all it's dudes in armor killing each other. As whatever means that we the brave Imperial Guard don't have to die for it, I'm okay with. All right, here we go. So I'll take Kieran's Skink Priest. If you want to take Victor's Night Quester. Speaking of the ghosts of Azir, how about that?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So we've got ourselves a little skinky priest here. Let's cycle through these images because there's there you go. This is the one I wanted to look at because we capture all the colors in this image. So there's a lot of colors here. Lizardman can do a lot of colors. If you look at this, we've got red. We've got red here. We got red here. We've got blue on his skin. We got this teal for the feathers. We got some purple. We got the gold, which is effectively yellow orange. We've just got a lot going on. Now, what I will say is that I like it. I think maybe you didn't need the red, but I'm not sure about that. I'd have to really think about it. But I think you could get rid of the red, and I think that's what's hurting the overall image. Now, overall, I like what you've done. I think my challenge to you would be to smooth out a little bit of some of these blends, like on the purple. All right, so if we look in here, we can see the hard lines on the purple ridges. Purple's a hard color to smooth out blends on because when you start adding in white or use lighter color purples, which are just purple with white that somebody pre-mixed in a pot for you, what you're going to get is these hard lines. So one thing you can do is just use your base purple and mix in a soft mid flesh tone, right? And that's going to make that transition much smoother, much softer. Again, we could take our mid-tone, we could glaze the edge here, that kind of thing. Overall, I think that would be that's the main thing that sort of jumps out to me. We need to kind of smooth a little of these layers out. Like I can see here on his face where we've got these very hard lines here. One interesting thing about the feathers on the Skink Star Priest is that, again, they don't have actual texture to them, right? Like you see what I'm talking about there, Jeff? Like that was the comment earlier about the Gaunt Summoner, how it's just like, it's there, it's a thing.
They almost look like palm leaves or something. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you can, whether they're to be leaves or fronds or feathers, I think you need to add texture to these to make them a little more interesting. And the way I would do that is I'd take a fairly stark dead white and I'd get a very thin brush and I'd just go.
The old Jeff Egan crosshatch method. I like
exactly.
it.
We'd use Jeff Egan's patented crosshatching method. And then I would take this same mid-tone green that you used to do the base. I would thin it down and I'd glaze it right over and bango. You're going to fall right into place. If you really want to get sexy with it, take that glaze, start your brush tip here and drag it down to here. That would leave the edges just slightly white and it'd get the rest really nice. You could do like 1 and then 2, and even thinner in the center. And boy, you'd be rock and roll. The difference would be striking. So there you go. Those are my thoughts. Overall, good job. I like him. I think your placement of colors is good. I think your control of the paint is good and solid. You're very clean paint. And I think just basically your next step is just getting those blends a little smoother and popping out some of that detail. There you go. Also, let's black the edge of that base. It's not 1988. You thought I wasn't going to say it. I'm going to say it.
I was wondering. Yeah.
Look, the difference here is striking. Okay. Look at the green. Let me explain this real quick. I know I've said this like 100 times. I'm going to go into it again. Okay. Why do I say black the edge of the base? Okay. If you've got a poster on your wall without a frame, it looks like crap and it looks like you're a college kid who can't afford a frame. You put a frame around the wall or around the poster, it looks really nice. Why? Because the black of the edge of your frame, which is the most traditional frame color, separates the universe of the poster from the universe of your wall. It creates a distinction in the eye. In the same way, when you use a similar color on the top of your base and the side of your base, the universe of your base and the miniature it lives on, or that lives on it, spills over the edge. There's no distinction between it and reality, and your brain revolts against that. Compare that to here with Victor, where we've got a black base. The difference between what is the figure and what is the rest of the world is framed by this black base.
And look who shows up to hear this latest critique.
This rant. Yes.
Let me
say
boys
something.
and girls. My name's Kieran. I have arrived late.
Welcome,
Hey,
Kieran.
buddy.
We're glad to have you, buddy.
And don't come back till you have good bases.
Not at
No,
all.
we're-
I don't in any way want to say that I
Oh,
didn't
boy.
like Kieran's work. It was great work.
No, it's
But
fantastic.
but yes, we want to black the edge of the base. It's 2 minutes at the end. I had this discussion with a friend who recently started taking up painting again, and he was like, "I don't get it. It doesn't matter. Who cares?" And I was like, "Look, just do this for me." I said, "You've got like 3 models you just sent me a picture of for me to tell you." I said, "Just black the edge of one of their bases. Right? It's going to take you 30 seconds. Just do it. Do it right now.
Yeah.
Don't make an excuse. Get black paint, black the edge of the base, and then hold the 2 next to each other. And if you can honestly tell me you don't like the one better than the other, I'll shut up." 3 minutes later, I got a text. You're right. So there you go. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I'll leave it there. All right.
Did you guys have a long diatribe about that, or can I insert a thought?
Please do.
You're absolutely 100% every time correct when you're talking about single models. I think when you're doing blocky units, however, that it just looks like you have them on the grid. It doesn't necessarily look always worse if you black the edge of the grid base, but when you have them ranked up like 5x5, that's what it looks like when you have black bases.
Interesting. So you're saying,
I guess what I'm saying is there is a time where it's not always absolute must do black bases.
and that time is 1985.
Right.
No,
That time is
just kidding.
1985. Yeah.
No, that's
I'm
actually.
not sure I agree. I'm not sure I agree with Kieran, but we'll have a separate episode that's an argument over the edge of base colors.
Sure.
we need to bring back war games, and we need to have this fight.
There you go. All
Out of
right.
retirement.
So Ghost of Azir for you, Jeff.
Yeah, and so Kieran, just a second ago, we were talking about how Victor Quase's models are have appeared in the most recent White Dwarf in the reader submission models, and
Yeah, I saw that. Well deserved.
you did. Yes, you saw too. Great. Really, really awesome looking stuff. And I mean, we've spent so much time on the PmP talking about the color choices that you've made here, Victor, and your execution, and I think we've beaten that horse to death. So I'd like to, just let's start by saying this is excellent. And I want to go to image number 3, and I want us to spend a minute or two thinking through the freehand on the banner, which is, I think, the thing that makes this model different from the others, and something that we could actually challenge you on a little bit here and try to encourage you to keep thinking about and maybe think through it with you a little bit. To my eye, the twin-tailed comet here looks off. It looks off in terms of its position on this cloak, and it looks off in terms of the way that the color that the freehand is applied to the folded fabric. I mean, I think that you've created a really hard situation for yourself here in attempting this in the first place. I mean, this is kind of impossible to my mind to paint this and make it look perfect. But I'm wondering what you guys think. Kieran and Vince, what advice would you give Victor? First, do you think that this looks a little off as my eyes see it looking off? And if so, what would you do to try to correct it?
Well, I think the part that seems off, as you put it, is the fact that it looks like crab segments.
Yeah.
All those little flame bursts that are creating the tail, that are comprising the tail, look too mosaic. And I think it's because he's gone back to he's left too much of his deepest dark color in there that he doesn't necessarily need to. I think as you trail away down the comet, you can get darker if we think of how flame goes, right?
Okay.
Starts yellow, eventually gets to dark red towards the tips. And I know that he's trying to stay gold here, but the principle is the same, is that it can maybe get darker there so it doesn't look as if it's so mosaic or segmented. Let me try to say that a different way. It doesn't have to, every one of those little flame bursts or those licks of flame doesn't have to have the same composition of dark brown to white color as you transition through them.
Or be the same
size. Start
size.
midway.
Yeah. They look like little corn dogs.
Have you been to the fair recently?
I have not, but I mean, I totally agree. I don't know if it's as much the positioning of the angle, although the cloak, you're right. Like, this is a huge challenge Victor laid for himself. And to me, there's two things going on. There's a couple little things that just aren't making it work. The fact that the one tail bends because of the bend in the cloak, it just makes it look strange. But I think the fact that we have the little corn dog tails combined with, here's a small thing, the space on the back of the comet heat is the same area as the front of the comet heat. Right? This is the ball, right? This is the actual thing, yeah? This should be thin. This should be not. Right? And this should flow out into longer strands that maybe have little thin things licking off the side. So I think it's just the compositional element that it doesn't actually end up looking like what he wants it to be. That would be my thought.
So it doesn't look as dynamic because it should be a comet sailing through the air, and there it looks like it's just plucked.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yep. I think if you think of like the flame phoenix, right, and the way the fire is trailing off that, you have like bigger flames, and then you have tiny little flames, right? Okay. So that's what I'll say.
Some food for thought for you, Victor, because we could spend 15 minutes telling you how awesome the the model looks overall, but I was thinking we should challenge it a little bit and latch onto that and think through that with you.
There's one other thing I wanted to comment on, and if we get that front view again, is how he's done a very, very subtle minty reflection on the inside of the cloak as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was pretty subtly done and well done.
Do we have Vince there? Vince, you there?
I am here, yes. Sorry, my wife had asked me a question. All right.
No problem.
I didn't think you needed to hear that conversation. Okay.
No problem at all.
Yeah. All right. Let's move on.
Let's move on. All right. So here we go. We talked about Ryan Easterling's conversions earlier. More dudes. The ranks grow. I think all the feedback we gave earlier applies here. But again, I love all the different demon parts he is bringing in here. Even though it is gross Nurgle, he's doing a good job bringing in a lot of different demon parts. We got some crab claws, bloodletter heads. It's fun stuff.
I would also encourage Ryan to try out the Nurgle's Rod technical paint. Blob it in there.
Oh, sure. Yeah, a little Nurgle's Rod would be another good way to get some color, and I like that idea.
It actually is a wonderful thing. It won't change the color of the red and pink very much underneath. It'll just kind of, and you'll like this description, Vince. It'll look like there's a layer of mucus over top.
That's great. That's great. Who doesn't love that, right?
Beautiful. Did you just lip pucker? Kieran just lip puckered, I think.
Nice. I can't see the screen. All right, and I'm glad for it. Okay. So I'll talk about my warlord for the recent Holy Havoc tournament. And then Kieran, since you were late, we'll give you Bleep Bloop, and you haven't got to do some fun stuff yet. We'll let you jump in on Bleep Bloop's amazing Vargeists. And then Jeff, you all right with the Mammoth Hunter here?
Sure thing.
All right. So Holy Havoc, this tournament I went to, had this interesting thing where you had a warlord. He was a separate model in your army, and he did various things and had various goals in the scenarios. And he was who called enemies in, who called your troops in from reserve. And we were playing a chaos army. So I thought it would be fun to model. And also the limit was he had to be on a 60 mil base. That was the thing. So I said, challenge accepted. I can do a bigger base than 60 mil on a 60 mil base. So hence this. And so my guy had to be calling in. I figured if you're calling in the reserves of chaos, they have to come through a demonic portal. And so we have some lightning crackling from a little orb here, and the snow melting where he's activated the fiery portal to call in the reserves of chaos. So there you go. Overall, this was super fun to make, and I was very happy that he got picked as one of the final 3 for best warlord. It ended up going to Eric of Stone Monk Gamer, and congratulations to him. That is awesome. He also had a very, very fun dynamic narrative to his model, which I think we saw last month, or maybe we'll see it this month, maybe next month. We'll see it. He posted it, and it's really cool. So I'll point it out when it comes up. There you go.
I've got two quick comments here, Vince.
Yes.
One, that this made the final cut and top 3, and when I saw the picture of the 3 of them, and I saw of course Vince is the one that goes up from a small base to fit the rules, and then blossoms into something gigantic. That's point 1. And also congratulations for making it to the top tier of the tournament in terms of the warlord. Really good stuff. So point 2 though. When I looked at this on Twitter, and now that I'm seeing it here in a bigger, nicer photograph, I'm struck by the fact that I wonder if it would look a little bit better if the portal itself were painted in the exact same way as the shield and the sword. So if we saw more of that dark color in certain areas, and then it went up, so we got more of that contrast that we see there. Or if the shield and the sword were muted down to match the portal a little more, because to my eye it looks like the shield and sword match each other a little bit better than those 2 match the portal. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's more hot in the metal weapons than there is in the portal. Yep. More hot and more cold, technically. A little bit wider variants.
Okay.
Good thought.
Yeah, but overall, I think really strong looking warlord model. It's really cool, and precarious is the word I'd use.
Stable as all get out. You could tip him 45 degrees, he'll rock right back into position.
Are you serious?
100%, man.
It's impressive. And with Tom as your teammate, you got to have that.
He's a force of destruction, that guy. Yep. All right. So I was very happy with him, and it was super fun. And, we're going to talk about it more this week on Warhammer Weekly, but a special shout out to Steve Herner for running a fantastic tournament. It was really great. Alrighty. Vargeists, bleep bloop. We only usually get 1 bleep bloop a month, which is not surprising, but they're always great.
That's plenty. Well, I mean, yeah, we could always ask for more, but
sure.
The guy puts obviously hours and hours of effort in here, so I can't be too demanding. So the thing that strikes us right away about this guy's work, traditionally from the months that we've seen it, is he takes you through the whole transition of darkness to lightness. So looking at the flesh, we go from virtually black within the deepest parts of it to highlights of just about white. If we look at the face, the ear tips, even the rib cage really stands out and almost gets to white. So he's a master of doing this transition in such a small space, going through so many color pots and blends and usage. So for those of you that are admiring this, bear in mind that that's really what's going on. There's no quick way to do this, but he is quite likely going through 12 to 15 color changes over that small space with the blends that he does. So masterful to do that. What he's done on this one, I think that is mildly different, and this is where it kind of comes into a little bit of a stylistic opposition, is the wings are done with that very smooth texture. He doesn't transition, although it doesn't seem like he's transitioning to too many different colors. It goes through black to brown to red and eventually to a little bit of flesh on those wings. But if we get a closer look at maybe some side shots and the singles of the muscle striation, we're going to see that there is some actual muscle striation that shows up in there. Do you have the ability to tighten up maybe on some of that flesh shot so we can see it tighten, maybe on that shoulder?
Sure. Is this one good? Like, does this one work okay
it's
for
good
you?
enough.
Okay.
Or yeah, if we look at the thighs, for example, you can see that there's a bold line there of the color transition, which doesn't appear in the wings. You don't have anything as bold as that, except for on the spines of it, where it comes to a couple dots at the segment joints. But this is almost, I hate to use this in comparison with another painter, but it's almost become synonymous with what I come to know as the skeleton flower technique on those muscles, right? I think you two guys know what I mean, but for those of you that are watching, what I mean by that is this is another painter, skeleton flower, that does the same sort of similarity on open space flesh and skin like we see here. And so I should maybe not just attribute it to him, but we can call it the bloop technique as well.
Skeleton bloop.
Skeleton bloop.
Yeah. Skeleton bloop. That's what we'll call the skeleton bloop technique. Yeah. Love it. Okay, we coined that one. But yet at the same time, despite the fact that he's gone through all this color transition, it's still, when you think about it, it's still a very red model. Like every part of it has red throughout it. Wings, flesh, even the claws. If you look down at the claws and the skull at the base of the feet and the ground texture as well, it has some elements and some values of red throughout the whole thing. And that in itself is quite masterful to pull that all together, I think. And I want to give him credit for doing that somewhat limited color palette, but still using so much different variation of hue within that color palette. So that's what this guy loves about it.
Good stuff. Anything else, Jeff? Any other thoughts?
I think I've said it a bunch of times, but maybe I haven't. I don't know. But the pairing of that deep red that's brought to such a depth through his highlighting, paired with the color of the rock, which is always like this greenish blue. I think that those two colors, and it's really subtle. You don't notice it at first, usually when you're looking at these models, but the fact that that color is always there on the base to pair with the red of the model itself, I think it's a really strong combination. So great as always.
Agreed. All right, let's move on. Great job, Bleep, as always. Lionel Scott Harston with the Mammoth Hunter.
Yeah, so when I look at this this model, Lionel, the thing that jumps to my mind is actually two colors, pink and bluish gray. And I think that the way that you've highlighted the flesh to be, that really rich reddish color, and which looks almost pinkish when it's highlighted up, that paired with the hair and almost like fur coming off of this guy with that bluish gray, I think that's a really strong combo, and I think it makes the model look quite good overall. Beyond that, you've basically just got the neutral colors. It's brown, it's black, and gray and bone. So I think it's a strong looking color palette. It reminds me a lot of like what I'd expect in like the Arctic, which is clearly what you're going for here with this snow theme on the base. So to push you a little further though, Vince, can we go to image number 3? And
why, certainly, sir.
What if we could zoom in a little bit, hugging in on the face, and as close as right there is great. And if we could pull it up a little bit, yeah, there you go. So I think you need to have a little bit more highlighting on your flesh, and I think that you need to just pick out the areas that protrude the most. So I'm thinking cheekbones, nose, knuckles, tops of the shoulder, the rippling portions of the neck and some of the muscles, thin lines. Because right now, the highlight color that you've used on your nose and your cheekbone is the same as like a flat portion of the chest. And so that doesn't quite work to the eye. It doesn't quite appeal to the eye. I think that you want a little bit of choice highlights in those areas that I mentioned a moment ago to really pull it up one more notch. And then while we've got this image here, I want you guys to take a close look at the hair. that we've got, and see that nice depth of color that we have as it goes from almost a black to a light bluish gray. And then let's pull it back to image 2 and compare that to the fur that we've got in the back. Yeah, right there, that fur.
Right.
So you see the difference there. Why don't we have the same amount of highlighting and interest added to that large portion of the back of the model that we have on the hair of the face? I think that if you apply that technique to the back and spend a little more time doing it, it's going to take this model up another level. So great stuff here overall, Lionel. But I think those are my 2 critiques for you that I think you can think about moving forward.
That seems fair.
I agree. I'll give you one other small piece of advice that jumps out at me. I think we need to work in a little bit thinner paints. I can see some thick paint here as we look at some of this. And I will also say go to Amazon or your local hobby store, get yourself a can of Tester's Dull Coat. Your model is very glossy, and it's screwing with all your highlights and lights and stuff like that. You may, if you're going to use a lot of metals, you want to lay down that Tester's before you work with your metal. But you do it to mat out all the rest of this. Like when I look at his arm here, the light isn't helping you because it's the way it's reflecting over all this. You want this nice and matte, so you control the light, not just whatever happens to be around. Okay. All righty. So we've got another submission from Tom Stevens here. Another fun one. All right. So why don't I take Tom's here? And then, I'll have one of you critique one of my other things here, if that's okay. You don't have to worry about it completely, but Jeff, you all right taking Little Red Riding Hood here?
I'll hop on that grenade.
All right, awesome. And then Kieran, you good with Jacob Wallman's Scaven?
Yep.
All right. So Tom, with this, I love this miniature by the by. There's a lot of great things going on in here. Like this is the picture, but I want to kind of focus in on elements of this. This is all the same miniature, obviously. Well, what's great about it is the angles. When I look here, she looks black. Like that to say that the cloak and stuff is all black. When I look here, look at this. Look at this wonderful yellow being cast on here, turning this black green. This is wonderful little object source lighting. Now, one small critique for you is that other than the OSL that's here, the rest of this all feels fairly flat and kind of boring. Like you've got so much good stuff going on this cloak. I feel like you've caught a lot of the paint right, but I would have loved to see this just actually put in a different color or something that draws this out as opposed to just pure embroidery. And if it's going to be pure embroidery, then I'd really like to see this side darkened even more to create the shadow away from the OSL. The other comment I would give is, of course, we have a fire problem. You have such great OSL here on her shoulder, and yet we have reverse fire. Your fire is going from cold to hot. You need to have yellow down here and go up to your orange, red, muted red, however high you want to take it. Maybe smoke is at the top, so it's like black because it's actually carbonizing, smoke, whatever the case. But yeah, that's the thing that jumps out right at me is when I see fire in the opposite of the color it should be, it really does stand out quite strongly. Yeah, I don't know. Other than that, any other thoughts there, gentlemen?
I was going to say the same thing about the firebrand, and that is that it also will create a little bit more definition if you're white and yellow around the brazier, and it's got a cage there that could then be defined a lot better, because at the moment the brass of the cage is washing into the orange, which is not in the correct place anyway.
Yep.
So define that better.
Yep,
Yeah,
and special shout out to John Crayer who pointed out the same thing, and Tom did say, "Yep, you're right." So there we go. All right, good stuff.
Good stuff.
Yeah, really great, Tom. This is a super cool mini. I really like it. All right, moving on. Red from Kabuki Miniatures.
Yeah, well, let me say, Vince, starting off that I think this is really cool model, and I like that you've used the method where you've got a backdrop that you've hand painted as well. I think that you're getting better at those. I think these trees are way better than the that last tree that you had in the previous month's submission that we talked about.
Yeah, I'm up in
So-
my tree game.
you are, well, we could joke about it, but that's a big deal. You know, those little things, devils in the details with painting competition stuff. So yeah, no, it's getting better. I'd also say that I think that the face of this model might be the best face that I've seen you paint, and it might be the scale of the model. Is this a larger model or?
She's 54 millimeter.
Yeah, okay, so you can do a little bit more there than you might be able to do on a 28 mil, but still, I think that the skin overall on this is really impressive. I imagine it took you a long time to get to this place with it. So those are some positives. Of course, the basing is always amazing, and the way that you've paired the background colors to the basing and tied those in looks really good. Great attention to detail there. Good leaves on the tree itself. All really great. Two critiques that I've got that I think that I would encourage you to think about a little bit. The bread in the basket and the basket itself, like the handle of the basket, that to my eye looked like it could use a little bit more fine line work, just to add a little bit more interest to the loaves of bread. So I know that like cooked breads tend to have like little dots where the heat, you know, cause the yeast to really explode.
Crack the bread, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of that kind of stuff there. You know, given that you spent so much time really doing great gradations on the flesh, so doing that detail on the bread that she's holding, I think, is important. Two, and this isn't so much a critique as something I want to think through with you. In the background, so like I think image 4, you can see, I like that we could see the wolf in the back kind of hiding there. That's cool. But so this is a decent one to look at here for the point I'm about to make. My understanding of painting a landscape is that the remote things in the distance should be a little grayer than the things in the front. So you get the vibrancy of the color up front, and you bleach out the color by adding gray or whatever as you move further back. It's a little trick I learned from my friend Bob Ross when I was a little kid, but I don't know if that applies to this situation, but that's something I'm thinking about as you continue to work on these paintings for the backgrounds, which is totally out of the ordinary for what we usually do as miniature painters. I think that you might look into landscape painting a little bit and see what they do, because I wonder if that would make it look a little bit more three-dimensional as you're trying to put up that two-dimensional wall behind it. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
It's an interesting call, and all of Bob Ross's shows are now on YouTube, and I've been watching through them as I paint. So I would just like to say I'm down with that.
Nice.
I did absolutely happy little trees, very important. I'm getting better at my happy little trees.
Don't tell anybody.
Sure,
his little secret.
Absolutely. I'm not sure about that. It's an interesting point. I could certainly see it if you're talking about a normal blue sky with a zenith, because you would, the way the light would interact. If the light is back there, like this is clearly sunset, right? Like the sun is actually right below the horizon. So we have the very beginning of whatever it's called, like the first stage of twilight, the pre-nautical twilight or whatever, where the light is being cast in that way, and it's very warm. I'm not sure that it would gray. I don't know. That's interesting. I'll have to look into that. It's an interesting thought.
Or would it be the opposite, where the things that are...
Yeah, maybe it's actually desaturated closer, because those would be in heavier shadow.
Right, and then that... So it's a lot to think about there, and I'm out of my element. I'm going to admit that, but it's just something I'm thinking about. No,
it's really good thoughts. Those are very, very good deep thoughts that you're right. You've got to think those things through in these kind of competition pieces. So it's good stuff. All right. Very good. Kieran, take us away. The warlord.
Let's look at some rats. Okay, well, first thing I want to talk about here is the very bold greenishness. So he says in here that he's trying out some, Jacob's trying out some OSL, of course, with this green business. There's one shot that we get of those two little warpstone spikes that coming out of the backpack that shine down onto the shoulder pads. And that's spot on. That's really ideal, actually, as far as a reflection of the OSL. You can see it just over his right shoulder there, but there's another spin side shot where it's a bit of a look onto it. There's one thing about it that I was trying to check out, and I can't quite tell if it's also casting that green glow backwards onto the top of the backpack. So it looked like it wasn't, but if it was, I couldn't tell. Yeah, maybe from this shot. Can we see? Yeah, it's not really casting back.
Yeah, I can't tell. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess that's what my one ad is make sure that you got something spiking out like that it casts that in all directions, or at least the closest things.
Yeah, I would say the flag right here, right, should also be hit by it. You kind of want to think about when you're doing
Probably.
it like every direction, you know, light's going to go. So, yep.
Yeah. And then I know that what I hope you've tried to do is he's got across his belt some runes there in that cuirass of his belt. But I think it's just a little bit overblown because it's not really, it's radiating out a little bit. I understand that, but it wouldn't radiate out that boldly. I don't think it would be shining across at things like the little rats back of the rat's ear, or maybe onto the hilt of the sword that's over there on the left side. But it wouldn't be radiating just directly sideways and wafting out like a spilled acid ooze. So that might be a little overblown, I guess is what I would say, in the balancing of it. Still good to have some green there for the sake of triangulation in the model, but it might have been a bit overblown. Now, as far as the rest of the stuff that I really like is the scarring and weathering on the metals. So you've gone with a little bit of copper metal for shoulder plates, as well as sort of a worn brass for his head spike and various other parts of his armor. And I think the scarring on that looks convincing to me. I think it looks pretty good. I'm sure you've done it in some kind of haphazard way that made sense to you, and you know, aside from painstakingly layering it in there, but you actually did pay attention to scratching the edges where there would be some wear and putting a highlight on that shoulder pad underneath the scar as well. So all that's very smartly done. And then perhaps the only other ad that I would give to you is there's certainly a number of spaces on here where we can tell that the paint's gone on a little bit thick. And you are also, like many of us, struggling with painting white over other colors, like as reflected on these the runes that you've done on the flag. Again, you just got to be willing to go Jakob with a few passes of the white, let it dry in between, come back and refresh it again, sharpen it up, and it might take you 4 to 5 passes to get that sharply done on there. But that's unfortunately the nature of white that we all got to deal with.
Yep, agreed. One other small note, I can see this big seam line right here. This big crack. I know getting this, it can sometimes be tough when you got a big thing like this. You want to make sure this is either tighter, snapped together, drop a little quick line of glue in there, or if it's really thin, like I don't know how thin this is in reality, it's hard to say. I just made a video about how you can fill cracks with matte varnish before you paint them, and that's could also be another way to go with it. So that way we don't have that break in there. Want a nice smooth plate all the way around.
Or that could be the way it's made with the bracer.
It could be. I'm not sure. Is that supposed to be there? If it is, then I take it back.
But it would be. But then, what you would do there is put a sharp highlight to.
Sure, to show the light getting caught. Yep. Yeah, you could play into it. That's a good point. Make it so it's part of the bracer, right? Yeah, maybe that's supposed to be the crack there, and I'm wrong. In which case, yeah, exactly. Just silver right along there, whatever. Yep, catch that edge highlight.
Yeah.
Good call. Turn that frown upside down. I like it, Kieran. It's good thinking, sir.
Turn the bad into the good.
That's right.
Yep.
Okay, but good stuff. Very fun, and I'm always happy to see more rats join the verminous horde. Okay. So I think this was we can take a look at James Wilson's real quick here. This was from this was from the previous Hobby Challenge army. But he won, looks like a gold to me for his armies on parade, which congratulations, my friend.
Nice. Good work.
We watched this. We reviewed many of these models as they were being done, and James incorporated a lot of feedback. He was open to it and did a lot of great work, like well beyond anything we said. Had a lot of fantastic ideas. Did a great job. This is a well-deserved win. So very, very, very awesome, man. That's super great.
You guys have a big grin on your faces for all the variation in ground texture.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, look at all that. Look at all the color splashed in here, all the different texture. It's fantastic. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm just gonna write this one on my wall and take credit for it as well, along with Victor Quase's White Dwarf images.
Taking our standard 10%, as we mentioned earlier. 10% of that army's on parade.
Yeah, that's our VIG here, and we get 10% pride for all the awards that are won on PmP by PmP.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not bad. No, this is really good, and congratulations, James. Well earned.
Absolutely. And I think the second image is because I believe in a previous month we had asked to see the backs a little more clearly with the scales. So there you go.
Yeah, that was me.
That. Really nice.
Yeah, that was me that wanted to see the transition of flesh into scale. So up around the shoulders and the upper back where it goes green into flesh. I was really, there was hints of that from the shots that he gave us before, but this one knocks it home and reinforces that he did a great job of doing that transition.
I really agree. That transition into the regular flesh looks super solid, man. It's great.
Good.
Okay, so let's move on. All right. What do we got here? Okay, so I'll take... oh, boy. Let's say stack. I'm going to take stacks because I don't even know where to start with that. I'll take stack 90s. Tomb King's arc here. It's various Tomb Kings thing. You want to take, Jeff, would you like the John Crayer's Demon Lord here?
Sure thing. And this is going to be my last review here. So I'm going to pass the baton on to Kieran, and because I've got to take off, but I'll do John's first.
All right, sounds good. And then let's see. Looks like Kieran, if you want to finish this out with Kyle's Avatar of War Vestal. Sound good?
Yep.
All right, so let's take a look at some Tomb Kings. Okay, so I'm going to flip through these images because there's a lot of them. And what we've got is some various things. The things that I really like. I like the swampy, gross, brackish water you did on the base and the way you put the colors underneath. That's fantastic. That's looking really good. I like how it's flowing through. You don't have any like weird circles in the middle. You got some nice texture on that sand. I like all of that. That is all looking really nice there. So great basing. Way to make the desert interesting. With a lot of my main critique across all of the models. By the way, full kudos for your clear love of all things War Sphinx. So you're a man after my own heart. Let's talk about the metal. Okay, so gold, right? If it's going to be gold, unless this is like really, really old, really super tarnished gold, and even then, gold doesn't tarnish very easy. Gold kind of remains gold. It's always going to have a brightness to it, and I feel like a lot of this metal has been washed and not re-highlighted. So we've picked it. You know, we're working all the shadows into it, but we don't bring it back up. So we don't have our pop color coming back out, our hot spots in that metal. For the most part, with the bone and stuff like that, I can handle that being, you know, darker or dirty if that's what you're going for. But I think what I want to see overall is, and I can't believe this is the first time I'm saying this in this review, but you got it before you left, Jeff. I want to see more tonal variation. Okay.
Yes.
Like the bone is a lot of too similar. The body is a lot of too similar. I feel like we can work in just some more highlights. What I would push you to do overall is your water has this great tonal variation in it. Look at all the wonderful colors running throughout. The sand, same thing. I would challenge you to take that same drive and same variation and bring it up into the model itself, because we got a lot of sameness here, and it makes the model kind of flat and fall back when you end with a wash. I want to see some more highlights. I want to see some more. Layer that back up, and let's create some pop highlights around the top of the ridge of this guy's the Crypt Keeper here's neck piece, whatever. Just stuff like that I think would go a super long way. So that's my thought.
Yeah, I think I agree with you that it's mostly through the metallics on this. Yeah. I'm largely happy with the rest of the action that he does.
Yep. All right. John Crayer's Demon Lord.
Yeah, so John painted this as a commission for somebody who actually gave him an image to work off of, and so I want to say that I think the skin tone is really, really interesting here. Doing that purplish pink, which is, I guess, what the customer was looking for. Um, I like the flame technique that you've applied to the axe. I think that's really interesting too. And I think that the model just definitely jumps across the table. And, if I'm playing against this, looking at it, it's definitely going to attract attention from your opponent. I've got a couple thoughts for you here. I think that the red eyes are a little bit too close in color to the flesh. I think we need a little bit more differentiation there. Maybe a dark brownish color around the bottoms of the eyes, something to show the recess there into which the eye is set. Because right now it kind of just bleeds one over to the other. And so I think that's one little thing to think about. You might also, now that Vince has cracked the bottle open, add some tonal variation to the bones on the horns. I think that you could go from a little bit darker to a little bit lighter there, using either the lines or the blending technique, either one. I think that there could be a little bit more depth to the other bones that you have too. The bones on the arm around his shoulders going up there. Those look like almost like a bleached white color, and I'm wondering if that's intentional or if maybe you'd want to go back and hit those with a little bit of shades in the recesses there to show a little bit more depth. And I've got one last little critique for you, to just try to push you a little bit further and make this model even better, or make your painting even better going forward. I think that this might be something you've done based off of the photograph that you included in the comments. But I'm wondering why it's so bright around the face of this model and darker at the extremities. I'm wondering if it's just supposed to be like this energy emanating from this beast, and it's supposed to be bright in those areas and dark in the others. If it's not supposed to be like that, then I think that what you want to do is add that pinkish purple color to some of the other extremities, like the kneecaps, like the knuckles that are clasping that axe, like the thumbs and so on. I think that you want to get a little bit more of a pink highlight there on those areas, just to make the flesh look more accurate. However, as I said, I think it might be that photograph that you were operating under that had more of like an object source lighting coming from the center of the model. So it's possible that that's what you're going for. Overall, John, I think your customer is going to be pretty pleased with this model. There's also the little wood elf model toward the end. Why don't we skip to that quickly? I just love the posture of this guy. It looks so like I feel like he would make a funny noise as he pulls his arrow out. It's a very strange.
Looks like a hunchback.
Yeah, like a hunchback kind of.
Even that long jaw coming down out of the hood.
Very strange. I'm wondering, is this Reaper model? Do you know, Vince?
I believe it's a Bones model, but I'm not totally
Bones,
sure.
Yeah, it looks like a Bones model. So here, I think that you'd want to. I think that the choice of the green tunic and green cape, those are too close together. You've got a light green and a dark green there. I think that you'd want to pick another color, and you could even use a neutral color like something like the bow's color on the tunic. But I think that's a little too close there in terms of your color applications. It's hard to focus on any one point of the model because we have like one large green section at the center that's going to attract our attention. So thinking a little bit more about color placement on this model would help you moving forward. But overall, good stuff, Sean.
If he could do on this one the skeleton bloop style, he can stay in the greens.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't want to go as bold as that.
Yeah, if you want to do that much of a variation, but it just needs more variation there. Yeah.
Agreed. All right. Well, Jeff, thank you very much for joining us, sir. Much appreciated.
All right, guys. Thanks, and good luck with the rest of the show. I'm sure you'll do great service to all these PmP members.
Sounds good.
Maybe.
All right, bye, guys. See you soon.
Right. Absolutely. Let's jump into Kyle in the Avatar of War Vestal.
Yes. Well, so Kyle's gotten into painting some girlies lately, and he is also experimenting with water effects. So I want to talk about both of those things when we're going over these. Let's talk with the ground basing. So he's been using some water textures and trying to build up relief with it as well. And so I think that that's coming together okay. But what I might suggest is you can do a little bit of extra touch up with some white by brushing the tops of those little waves that you've created to make it look like white water. Because it all gets to that point, Kyle. Like, even if it flattens out your reflectiveness on the top of the wave tips, I think you can get away with that. That would be the way to finish it off, and because I think you're almost there with this. I've seen the ones from the past, and you're developing that technique with the water and waves. So yeah, a little just straight up white, brushing the tips of the waves, especially around this lady's heels that you've used to build up and hold her in place.
You can also use a little snow texture. Just a very light, if you've got, like, say, a woodland scenic snow, or probably, I imagine that new, like, Valhalla paste from Games Workshop would work. Just slight little touches of that can also simulate the boiling frothy water pretty well.
Yeah, you could add some, you're right, you could add some extra texture by doing that for sure. Okay. So looking at the model itself, in Kyle's comments, he did say that he went for some more extreme highlighting that he exhibited on the hair. So certainly he did that. He picked out some points where it was just going a pure white from the darkness in there. So that's a developing technique for him. I think what I'd like to encourage you to do, though, is that looks fine, great on there, but in contrast with this purple for the boots and other bits and pieces on this lady, that really needs it more than the hair does, to get those sharp edges and give us some color delineation as you transition through those pieces. And similarly on the metallics, we need some sharp edges on that. So go to your very brightest of highlight, and even if that means mixing in a little bit of white with your brightest metal, we need to get those sharp edges on there. Then of course the other thing we got to look about is flesh tone on this. So we had a little bit back and forth coincidentally with some other guys about doing this real pale flesh, and it's a challenge to do because it can really be easily overdone. Like when we look at the abdomen and around the shoulders, that's the places where it would be the darkest. But I think there's a few places where that's missing. So I think you can stay a little bit darker. And I don't have a lot to offer about this, to be honest with you, because I haven't painted this kind of pale flesh very much myself. But the mouth, of course, is where it should be, dark inside the mouth and just underneath the bottom lip. So get back in there and do that, I would think. And the highlights on the highest places are still in all the right places, though. So at least that's there. But I do feel that there's still some spots where it can be a little bit darker, but I don't know if I have a whole lot to offer as to how to achieve that without pushing it too far. So keep experimenting, I guess, is my advice to you.
Yeah, I feel like what's ultimately missing from the flesh is sort of even in the case of pale flesh, you still want a little bit of pink, right? You tend to draw the yellow out of it, but you want a little pink or purple, something like that, something to create the life, because yellow and red are what make flesh be alive, right? Yellow and red make orange. Flesh is just white orange. So the more you can see those two colors in there, the more alive the model looks. If you want to do really pale, she's not dead, right? She's not like gone to blue or purple. But like that is to say, like a deep purple. But I think a light purple filter or glazes of some of those colors worked in could pop that out and make it feel a little bit more alive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
All right, good stuff, Kyle. Okay. Look what we've got here. We've got some you can say the word.
I'll give a couple brief words on this, and then we can pass on.
Hit us.
Well, I guess what I would say is I experimented with a couple things about doing some metallics here, and doing some bolder, brighter edge highlights along with some verdigris, and I struggled a couple of times back and forth about how much weathering to do in this. ultimately settled on backing it off and being a little bit more subtle. I think the only time you see heavy weathering is from the directly backhand shot on the back of the head. Or did I even give you a shot like that? Maybe I did.
You did not.
Okay, well, you have to take my word for it.
We trust you.
So ultimately, not a huge amount of weathering. And then another painting friend of mine who gives me some good advice about painting just told me to screw it with all of my old metallic paints, and was sick of my excuses about not getting Vallejo metals, and he sent me some metals.
I am very glad that your friend. Now, did he get you Vallejo metal color?
No, not those ones. This is the Model Air.
All right.
Vallejos.
You're still better, but you need to go to the metal color. I would. There is one steel paint in the world, and all other steel paints are found wanting, and that is Vallejo metal color. All right, I'll shut up now. Please continue. But kudos to your friend. You've taken a step up. I'll say that for sure.
Yeah, no, I certainly have. I've played around a little bit with them since, and admittedly, they are better for most cases. Even at the air consistency, where they're very much watered down, still have a lot more boldness to them. And I think that what I've learned from using the color sets that he's given me is that I do need to be a little bit more bold about the usage of them, because before I'm mixing on these guys on these Kameno, I'm mixing some pretty soft blends and transitions, and I'm trying to get it really, really smooth without sharp edging, but it kind of goes against the forced perspective idea of doing metals. And that is, sometimes you just got to do those really, really sharp edges that contrast heavily against other things. And on these guys, I don't know if that appears as much as I really want it to.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, metal's always tough, right? Because it's making it actually look like metal. At the scale, it's never going to reflect the light correctly. So you got to really force that contrast in there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, quite often, when you and I have experimented with non-metallic metal, that's a great example of how sometimes you got to force that perspective from one angle, but then it doesn't work from a different angle.
Sure. Yep.
And that's what I'm struggling with doing these metallics as well, is I can force it to look right from over the left shoulder, but if you look from behind and to the right, well, it doesn't look right anymore.
Yep. It's always a challenge. I agree. Yeah. You can come to a point. I still think in the end you did a great job here. I like them.
Well, thank you. They'll be passable, and then I'll learn more as I go.
There you go. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
All right. So why don't I take Ryan Easterling's this guy? I don't know what this guy is. He is wearing some kind of Space Marine armor. He has the red skull.
Here's some Space Marine thing.
Yes, and if you want to take Andrew Wade's guy over here, his barbarian guy here. All right. So let's look at the red skull. Okay, so Ryan, some quick things about the red skull here. The black looks fairly simple. Looks like we've got some nice subtle edge highlighting going on. Very, very simple, but it's effective. I think probably what I would say is it's very striking with the red. You did manage to balance it with 2 purity seals on each side. Good choice there. A couple of the little red spots hidden around. The skull still stands out the most, but honestly, I'm okay with that on this model. I feel like you added kind of enough little other splash red, the laser sight, the other things that we can keep it moving. I'm actually quite okay with that, given the nature of the model and how it's supposed to look. You're supposed to look at the face. My eye is not being drawn to a weird, place I wouldn't expect. Oh, Jude, go ahead. Do you have a thought?
I was going to say, does it make you want to look around the corner and see where Captain America is, though?
Oh, absolutely, man. He's coming in to punch this guy right in the face, take him down. That's right. I believe that Ryan has like a Captain America colored Night Titan as well. So I think if they meet, It's probably going to be curtains for this guy. I don't know how good this guy is, but I've got to imagine a Night Titan would just step on him.
Well, it depends how many Nazis this guy has with him.
That's a good point. You got to watch out for that. So my other quick note is let's talk about doing text on scroll work. Okay. So your instinct that you shouldn't try to actually do letters is correct, because the scale here is so small, I wouldn't actually see text, right? Like that's to say it wouldn't be anything legible at this distance. Now, what I don't like is that we've basically just done a bunch of horizontal lines. The problem is that's not what text is going to look like either, because there's too much negative space in between letters to have them at a distance look like lines. And what I would say is take a piece of paper, write something on it with a Sharpie marker, and then set it across the room from yourself. Okay, like just physically do that. And look at what you see. And what you're going to see is a lot of dots and bumps and squiggles, right? That's what it's going to look like, with a lot of negative space in between. So what I would say is, instead of doing these horizontal lines, when you want to do scroll work or this kind of thing, let me see, because there's a back shot here. Here you go. Like this. What I want to see is like dots and squiggles, where I'd be like dot, dot, squiggle, squiggle, space, dot, space, squiggle, dot, line, squiggle, little line, squiggle, space, squiggle, line, space. You know, a lot of that.
Morse code. Think of it as Morse code.
Yep, exactly. It's almost like, that's a really great example, Kieran. If you almost kind of try to write in Morse code, right, where you've got like spaces and blanks and very distance in between, and some with a little more vertical dots, some with a little more horizontal squiggle, some weird rounds here and there, it's going to look like text at this scale. So that would be my other thought. Overall, very cool. Nice take on this thing that I don't know what it is, and I'm always the fan of a Red Skull. This guy seems an evil dude. Just from his outfit, he looks evil. So
sure he is.
Yeah. All right, Andrew Wade.
Yeah, let's go look at Andrew's barbarian, ogre, whatever this guy is.
Let's call him the Barb Ogre.
Yeah, let's talk about. Obviously, we're going to talk about the flesh tone on this guy first and foremost. Here's an example of some pale flesh that incorporates what you were talking about a moment ago, Vince. Is it's still red, right? Like there's still red and pink within that. If for comparatively to Kyle's, you can still go paler on this kind of a model, but still maintain a little bit of redness or some other color in the deepest parts of it. So Andrew does a good job of sharpening the edges around his musculature here. We obviously want to give him good kudos for really managing the scarring really nicely across the shoulder. It comes around the back of that shoulder as well, you can see. And so it delineates that, but it still stays within the same trend of color. And another thing that Vince and I both really like is the fact that his stitches that are holding them together are a very different color as well, so that they look very obvious. And that carries through with the delineation of how he goes into his other leather thongs around the arm, the jewelry. Like there's really good transition definition where one thing stops and another thing begins, and that's easy to trace it around with your eye. So kudos to Andrew for all that. The other thing that I think draws the eye too is his weapon over the shoulder and the way that he's done some highlights on this one. Except for there's one shot, the back end shot, where I feel like that midway line down the middle of the blade should have some further highlight to catch that edge on the top side of it, just to sharpen that up a little bit. That's my one tiny critique, I think. And then the other thing to quickly look at is the super glossy spike here that's going on at his feet. It's the back end shot especially that makes it look super glossy and shiny. I just don't know why that's glossy is all.
It was the same thing I thought too. The whole image is really rather matte, and the light is very well controlled. One thing that occurred to me is this looks more pale than the other model because it has the darker colors, right? Contrasting the shadow makes lights look brighter, right?
Yeah.
So by adding the deeper reds, he actually makes the pale look more pale. And everything looks very matte and controlled. And then we get to that like weird glossy spike. You're gonna have to tell us what's up with the glossy spike.
Yeah, I don't
Andrew.
know. But it's fine, but I just don't know.
Sure. It struck me too. That's the fact that we both noticed it independently. I'm not sure why he did it. So there you go.
Okay. Well, actually, let's jump out of this, and Andrew's got another submission right away after here.
Oh, hey. As you mentioned, by the way, Rackham models are awesome. So there you go.
Yes. Yeah, kind of miss that creativity of that company. This one here, Andrew had expressed in his comments that he was doing a little quick evening paint session with a couple other of our PmP members, and this is what he came up with. So, unlike his other model that he obviously lavished a lot more hours on, you can tell that he didn't lavish in the same number of hours to get the bone definition as deep as he does on the rest of his stuff. Like, I mean, it's still fine and very much better than average tabletop stuff on that. The cool experiment that he's gone to in here is marbling on the blades of all of these spear tips, which I think is extra cool how he's marbled that. I would say that you could probably come to brighten up the tips of it a little bit and do some white highlight. You can see a little bit of edging on a couple of them, but maybe a little bit more bold, Andrew, on the spear tips. But again, I'm not gonna pull you over the grinders and expect your best work on what you did as a little fun paint project for an evening. Certainly a fun creative model though, a six-armed
yes, the six-armed
skeletal centaur.
Yeah, I love it. This is a great example of one thing I mentioned before you would join, Kieran, when I was talking about smoothing out colors and sort of bringing everything together, using that final glaze over these distinct colors to sort of hem all these together. Because you have to imagine that to do this, you had, these lines were originally brighter, right? And sort of done with white or something like that. And then he kind of glazed in these purples and pinks and it sort of toned it all together. And I think that came out really, really well. I do like that very much.
So would you go back and go almost to white for the spear tips though, like I suggested, or would you leave it?
Sure, yeah, probably maybe into like a pink white, right? I think you could get some good traction out of that if you were going to spend more time. As he said, this was a speed paint, so we're not don't want to make it like we're being too harsh. Speed painting is speed painting. It's amazing for the amount of time you dedicated to it. But yeah, I think if you were going to take more time, yes, I think I'd go pink, white, something like that. I'd probably have a little bit of pink rivulets through the marble as well, because marble usually has like adjacent colors and very contrasting colors marbled through it, like, rivulets through it. So yeah, but very cool stuff and insane, totally insane. One heck of a skeletal horseman, that's for sure.
Yeah, doesn't even need a rider.
That's right. He's ready to go. Okay. Good catch on that. All right. So I'll take Jacob Crivello's great swords, if that sounds good. And why don't you grab Marok's witch hunter here? Sound good?
Yes, let's do it.
All right. So Jacob, with this, oh man, I love this unit. I've talked about it. I mentioned it in several of his work in progress things. Let's just take a moment and luxuriate with this unit, shall we? Let's just really drink it in. All right, now let me talk about what I like.
Yeah, it's quite.
It really is. It's so stunning. This is obviously for the for the budget of Sigmar 2, and I love that he's got this. We've got sort of a teal color going on here. I've officially adopted the Tyrant of Teal title, so I'm with that. I'm down with that. By the way, Kieran. So
yeah.
I think this is great. I love this color on these guys, because it's a bright, sort of very vibrant color amongst a bunch of other muted colors, but you have it nicely spread out on every model, and it's wonderfully highlighted with the deep goes to the deep darks and comes up to these near whites. Absolutely fantastic. The bases are just, your basing game here is on point, brother. This is what I love. Look at these guys just climbing over the rocks. There's rocks of different heights. I would say maybe push a little bit more variation into your rock height. You've got some, which is good, but I'd say a little more. We kind of have a very uniform rock height, sort of. I would maybe add a little more variation to it, but you know, that's a minor nit. Your bases are doing great here. Got some blood. We got foliage. We got greens and browns mixed into our rocks. Yes, A plus. And I don't know if there's a shot or not. They're all wearing sea dragon cloaks as well, which sadly I don't think he has an image of in this. You can kind of see it, that they have these wonderful reds amongst his browns of the sea dragon cloaks, and it does look very cool. Overall, this unit came out absolutely wonderfully, and I love that he has the quote actually up on the banner. It's pretty fun. So this is just wonderful.
I think I'd like to add some kudos for his skin tones that he's done on these things.
Yep.
You know, it's sort of like that, you know, almost dead and dying look to them. You know, like you get the feeling that they are in fact wading out from under the seas rather than on top of the seas, right?
Yep, absolutely. Just wonderful, wonderful color choices all throughout. If I was going to make any critique for you, Jacob, it would simply be that some of your metals, like the swords, you've hidden it with some blood effects, but those metals are flat. Like, again, we've talked about the struggle with it many times, but I've got golds, and we have this amazing variation. Here's what I'll say. Your completely hand-painted highlights you placed on the clothes look more like metal than your metal. When I zoom way out, look at this. This looks more metallic than this, because this has clear hot spots and dark spots. This does not. Right? So that would be my challenge for you. I think we need to get some variation into that metal, into the steel and into the gold. But overall, man, this is such a great unit, man. I cannot wait to see where the rest of this army goes. This blew me away. Fantastic.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, that's one I'm proud of for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Maroc.
Yeah. Okay, well, this guy, immediately when I look at him, strikes me as a superhero, which I'm sure is what he's aiming at, so mission accomplished there. The thing that's convincing about that is Maroc has gone to this extra depth now of doing highlighting on musculature. Like on the leggings is the first place that you're going to notice that he's gone to some real bright highlights and done that color transition of so dark to right up to light. Try to look away from the codpiece, and I don't think you can that easily because of the way that that's highlighted. But I mean,
it draws you in.
It's accurate, right?
Sure.
When you get a back shot of the cloak as well, those folds are highlighted correctly for the way that it would be, and it comes to almost white in a couple of places where the light strikes down onto it. And also, he's got some furs that are draping his shoulders, and he catches the light in the right places on those too. So when I go to, so all that's very convincing, all that's pretty accurate. The one thing that I think where it's missing is doing it on the actual flesh itself. And it doesn't appear to be as bright. So the places that it would strike would be across the brow, of course, and cheekbones, but also on those biceps as well. And I think that there could just be one more level of bringing it up, similar to what you've done on the other muscle tone down below. Obviously, you're using a different color, but you're into flesh tones up here. But I think that's where it's just fallen one step short on this.
Yeah,
I'm convinced that this guy's heroic, though. So well done. Cool. What were you going to add in there?
I totally was agreeing with everything you said. You nailed my one critique. It's fantastic. And I think he said it was a knight model, which is who makes the Batman miniature. Okay, yeah, so it's probably a knight model, which, yes, it's got the muscularity. Yeah. All right.
Well, I can tell that he's done some little sculpting up there to Wolverine-ize this guy as well. I don't think those, well, maybe they are. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Do you think those lamb chops are, I think he does have towards the end there, he's got one shot of a tight shot of the face. Maybe the last frame.
Sure. Oh, could it be Wolverine? Is that the question?
Yeah, like I'm asking you, do you think he sculpted the lamb chops on?
It's hard to say.
I think maybe he did. Anyway.
It's always you. There's the thing about Maroc, you can never tell. Anything is possible when it comes to green stuff being added to the model.
I think so.
All right, so Mickey and Andrew have similar submissions because they were all part of a fun little challenge. So let's just take a look at these together real quick, and then we'll
Sure.
get back into it. All right, so they bought these 9 little tiny weird undead cats, and
They're supposed to be cats.
I believe so. Yes, I believe these are cat skeletons, and they're just little speed paint of some fun cats.
Okay.
I think Mickey likes. That's how tiny they are. There you go.
Yikes. Okay.
Little itty bitty kitties. And here's Andrew's. Let's take a look. Oh, we got there we go. Slightly bigger picture.
And he's playing with yarn balls.
Playing with the yarn balls. Yep, absolutely. Oh, I got to give Andrew some credit for that one. That's pretty great.
Good for him.
Yeah, very, very fun little challenge. I love it. This is the kind of thing I love to see happening in the PmP. Members challenging each other in fun little projects. It's absolutely wonderful. Good stuff. All right, let's take a look at Zach. So this is now let's preface this. I'll take Zach's here. We can talk. Let's talk about this together because I don't know anything about War Machine. So let's tackle this one together. He says he built this. This is a Mark III or whatever, the new version of War Machine. I know that happened, and he says he built this and did it over the last 6 weeks. So this is a lot. Seems like a lot of stuff for 6 weeks. So well done right out of the gate. My thoughts are. There we go. Okay. So my thoughts are.
You must have taken him to an event there. It looks like they
absolutely
played for some reason.
Yep. Yeah. Maybe kind of looks like there you go. Yeah, kind of looks like.
Yeah, it looks like that's some kind of delineation. All right.
Yeah, I will say these are a great tabletop for the amount of time. Like I think Zach, my answer, my feelings on this would be this is a lot of models to do in basically 6 weeks. Not a lot of time, 40, 45 days. And so I think it's probably, you were probably aiming at tabletop standard. And so to judge it as going, higher would be somewhat unfair. What I will say is that I think the next steps are fairly obvious for you. Like, go back in and you do the shading, you do the highlighting that you weren't doing as much of, right? When we come to like these armor plates on these figures, like really having them nicely picked out and shaded and shadowed, right? Getting the breaks in between the plates well highlighted. Just little things like that. Bunch of little things like that I think would be, your obvious next steps.
Yeah, I think that's most important on the red because the red just kind of looks like blob of red otherwise.
Right.
Like on those infantry spearmen, for example, if you didn't have the delineation of the frame, like there's some framing around the shoulder pads that goes on in there, and the draping chainmail around the skirts, I think otherwise they would just be, a little bit empty and lifeless.
Yeah. Yep.
But at least that's there. But you can take it to another scale and do some shading on that red.
Yeah, what I'll say is you've got a great base to work from here. Like this is a perfectly valid way to go about attacking your force, right? Like he got it up to tabletop standard, it's playable, he's good, and now he's not under the gun. Go back, luxuriate time, just work on models here and there every so often, right? You've got your force, you can they're good to go forever, and then you can just slowly improve each model, right? You're under no pressure anymore. So yeah, it's great.
And that's a good message to send out. Maybe we should reiterate that here because very often we talk about how to get better at painting, which obviously is very key and important to what this community is about. But for those that are painting for events and tournaments and not only might need to show up with painted models, but want to show up with painted models for the sake of doing hobby justice. I think it's really important to be able to stage this if you need to, like Zach's doing here, or like many others are doing, is they just paint to they'll paint to base level and then come back to things later and feel comfortable with that.
Yeah, I agree.
So, I think that's okay. Anyway, we can
All right. Okay, so why don't I take John Crayer's Gargoyle Demon Lord, and you can take Emil's his Leshen Dryads for the hobby challenge, which those are looking real cool. All right, so John with the Gargoyle. Okay, so I like how you've worked the greens into the stone here. It looks very lichen-y. It's pretty fantastic. I think you really captured that. I'd like to see a little more stippling of maybe even black in there, like black mold and stuff like that can be a good way where it really weathers and collects. Almost a deep black brown can be a good way to do that. I'd also maybe like to see a couple cracks that are like black, because this model is very samey, right? It's all one material. So when you want to take that up, you did one first step. You sort of created the OSL in the eyes, and that looks good. I like that. It's very subtle OSL. It's perfect. And it carries that green throughout, so you've got good balance going on. I think what I'd love to see is maybe some cracks in the arm or in the creature itself, where we've got an even deeper black, edged with like a lighter gray beneath it to kind of show some variation throughout there. I think that could really be something that would take it all the way up to kind of the next level there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other thoughts?
No, I don't think so. I like the eye glow on here that pops out. That's done very, very spot on.
It really is. And what I like about it, and this is an important note for people to take, is that the good eye glow goes light, dark, light, right? So that the recess around the eyes, now depending on how deep the recess is, like in this, that there's a really, really deep recess, so there's a wide area of dark. But even in a normal glowing eye, you want at least a thin line of just darker than the area it's around, and then it goes out to slightly brighter on the socket. That's what'll make it really feel like a glowing eyeball.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, good way to break that down.
All right. Okay. These dryads, so good.
Well, I think the craftsmanship of this is the thing I want to talk about first. Like, he went out of his way to grab all these beast skulls, which come as part of the dryad kit, and single them out and place them into the heads of the regular dryads, along with a few other mods of putting the horns in the different places. And he's even managed to craft some full-on caribou antlers on his leader up there, which I think is great. But the other thing that really brings this home for me is how he makes a lot of these things look rooted as well. Like, not every one of them are, but most of them are. They look like they're rooted into the ground. His antler leader and the one that's off to the just to the left and behind him especially are really well done that he's done that. So I appreciate that effort to do it. As far as paint quality here, I mean, it's all convincing earth tone colors. He's dressed up the bases to Vince Venturella and beyond standards. So
I'm loving it. Absolutely.
Pandering to you. Yeah, he's playing that game and playing it well. And then the extra lift of color of going to bright green on the claw tips and the few spotted leaves here and there. And the couple extra frame, the next frame actually gives you a little bit tighter shot of leaf work, and appreciating the green that goes into those. So yeah, lovely models for sure. Good imagination throughout, and there's nothing that I want to really complain about as far as paint layering technique. I think that you can maybe look deep enough and spot a couple of spaces where the paint's gone on a little bit dry. But when you're talking about tree bark, that feels fine anyway. That's fine.
I agree. I love this unit. I love the conversion. Love the basing. We got some nice cream tones in the wood itself, and then I agree, popping out to that green.
Yeah,
it's good.
Yeah, it's good value.
Okay. So let's see. I'll take Eli's Demon Prince, and if you want to take Tomas's This is demon dog here, the hellhound. Sound good?
Sure. Yep.
All right. They're going for the demon prince. Now I'd already given some feedback on this. So let's get to the front shot. There we go. Okay. So what I'll say, let's get a good zoom in here. Okay. So and I gave Eli kind of some of this this feedback already, but we'll go a little deeper for everyone else. I'm not sure what we're doing with the gray here. Like this on his head, this on his torso. It doesn't feel like a highlight. I'm not sure if it's meant to be just a different kind of flesh. I don't know what it is, and it's very drawing of attention, but it doesn't have any highlight or shadow to it. And that's what I would say is your main challenge. I think, Eli, my main challenge for you is to look into how we can achieve some more tonal variation. That's right. You knew it was coming, people. Here we go. Because we like the line here of gray on the arm, like this isn't serving any purpose. This, I'm not sure what's going on here. What we need to do is we need to get some shadows in here. Now, when we start at black, the problem is we can't go darker, right? So black skin is always a tough sell. And you know, that's why you're good. If you're going to do like a black skin or a dark skin, you should have some other color in there. A deep whole red to turn the skin slightly red and demonic, and then you can heat it up just a little bit on the top and take it down to true black in the shadow. Or a little bit of purple to kind of create some more softer but subtle, like a dark purple will really still look like read as black at a distance, but then people will get close and they'll be like, oh, okay. You know, it creates a little bit of color and visual interest. And then with your metals, same thing. You know, we can get out our agrax or something like that. We can start working in some shadows here underneath. We can get out our silver, mix it maybe 50-50 with our copper here or whatever, create some highlights here, you know, just kind of smooth those all out. And we're going to get something that's a lot more sort of visually interesting than what we've got here, which at the moment is a little flat. Yeah, those would be my big challenges for you.
Yeah, let's kick some of that into the skulls as well.
Yep.
And, you know, get some more shadowing up there.
Yep. I mentioned way earlier in the show about the bone. You know, here's a good example of it. Let's see. There we go. Talking about the bone going from light to dark when I pointed out Victor's work. Or yeah, it was Victor's work. And this is you know, this is exactly what I mean. Like, this is where we need that light to dark transition to create some more interest. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay.
Hellhound.
Little hellhound by Thomas.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what? Very striking and lovely right away. I think he and John Crayer might have gotten together. And
oh, by the way, let me jump in, Kieran. I'm sorry to interrupt. This is exactly what I'm talking about with the purple skin. Hellhounds, like this is brighter than I mean, but hellhounds are often drawn as black, right, in the art, like their skin, but he brightened it up just a little, but still has black in the recesses. So sorry, I just realized that was a good transition. Please continue.
Are you talking about? Are you thinking back to your D&D Displacer Beast days?
Oh, sure. Well, hey, look, D&D. You mean like last Tuesday? Sure, I think about it all the time.
No, I'm just thinking Displacer Beast. They always kind of portrayed as almost purple, kind of black, don't they?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Anyway, let's focus back here. So, really good, actually. I really like this choice of flesh tone on here, and it's bold in the places that it needs to be, especially sharp around the face, so you can see all the anger in that muzzle, going back into the ears, and then the shoulders are brightest. The undercarriage is darker, as it should be, so that it looks like it's emanating a bit of a pulsing energy. The other thing that we're going to talk about on here is fire and lava. So lava is really good. You know, it starts bright to the edge, and then as it cools, it gets darker closer to the rock, still casting some light up onto those rocks as well. And there's a couple other spin shots that'll show his execution of that. So that looks really good. But the thing that I want to give as a critique here is looking at the flames that surround his spikes and go down his spine. So this is, again, a situation where you've reversed the fire, where you've gone brightest at the tips of the flame and stay dark at the root of it. And that just needs to be reversed. So you did it right on the lava. You were yellow at the hot spot and then cooler when it gets to the edge. So the similar way to transition that when we do the flame up around the head and the shoulders and the spine is to start hot. So you can have a black edging around there where it edges on the purple skin. You can still keep it black there, but then it needs to be suddenly white or yellow before you get into the orange and maybe eventually red at the tips of that as it licks away from the skin. So that's the thing that I would add to you, Thomas, is think about fire and how it really looks. Give that a go.
You nailed it. Yeah, I agree on this. I agree on everything you said.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. I think we got a couple from Justin here. So do you want to just keep it alive and you go to Gideon and then I'll take both of Justin's?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll talk about some spiders.
Yes, because I hate spiders.
Oh, do you hate spiders too?
Spiders scare me, yeah.
You got a lot of phobias.
I don't like gross things. Spiders are gross. Nurgle's gross. It's a unifying concept.
Yeah. Okay, well, obviously the green is really bold here, and I really like that look on goblins. They can be a whole lot more colorful than their orc cousins, and it feels right. So he's spattering a lot. We got purples on the spiders themselves, which matches up and actually pairs up really nicely with a bright scorpion green like Jeff Egan loves. So those two colors match nicely together. But unfortunately, I find myself looking at the feathers too much in the color balance. I think that those they can still probably be a color, but I don't think that they need to be as bright as the red and blue that you've chosen to do there, because it detracts away from the goblin just a little bit. So that's my one critique that I think I have here. Spin around to that backhand shot again, if you would, just for a sec, because I want to look at this. Yeah, so I guess he's carried some purple, and you can see how that purple works in the flesh of the skeletons, or sorry, not the skeletons, the spiders. And then a couple frames ahead, we can spin to there. We see him again from another long angle shot, and that last frame is just a whole unit together. Yeah, the rest of it's all fine. I think the spots that you have bone look okay. The one maybe other thing that I would add is that one shot that you have of the web itself should look different than the bone, because it just looks bone, but maybe it should be whiter,
right,
or a little bit tidier in there. If I was to paint that again, I might paint that as gray going to white instead of brown going to white like you do on the bone, and then that will look a little bit different. So those are my two ads. Tone down the feathers, that web, so the web doesn't look like the same as your bone stuff.
Yep. I'll say I think it's the blue that's really doing it that's out of place. I think you could keep the red, have the feathers be red, maybe darken the center of the feather with a little agrax to add some brown to desaturate it, and then dry brush the edges with maybe a little white, right? And just kind of white out some of the feather, or maybe gray, something like that, very like a white gray. And then you'd knock a lot of the red out, but the feathers would still very much feel like red feathers. Like when you look at them, they would still read as red feathers, right? But they would be but they wouldn't be as like red, but your eye would still certainly construct it as red feathers, despite the fact that you'd have browns and whites in there.
And then you feel you do away with blue altogether and just make them all red?
I do, yeah. I think the blue is the blue is the bridge too far here.
Yeah.
But otherwise,
the unit though, let's not lose focus on the fact that this goblin flesh is really good.
Oh, this is my favorite tone of goblin flesh. This super bright green. I love this. Jeff Egan is going to be sad that he missed this for sure. We're right in his wheelhouse. But as I commented on the photo itself originally, the choice to make the spider leg tips that bright green, the same as the goblin flesh, was just genius, because it brings the two models together so well. It's a small touch, but it's a great touch. Wonderful.
I agree.
Okay. All right, Justin, we got to talk about how you're taking these pictures, because I already looked at these and I got some fuzz. All right. I see we've got the paper towel trick. That's fine. I don't mind that. Okay, so I love we had the same problem with G ambulance service for a couple of months. I'm not sure people are taking their pictures in like a foggy, smoky basement or something. It looks like these guys are in a bar at 2 a.m.
I suspect it's phones in sweaty pockets.
It could be. I don't know. Like even the bar in the 2 a.m. thing doesn't land anymore because you don't nobody smokes in bars anymore. But anyways, all right. So let's talk about the things I like on this on these, which is a multitude of things, and we've looked at some of these in previous months, and the things I like are the bright colors he's used to highlight that brown to keep them interesting. We've got a lot of interesting, very earthy colors here. The reds, the yellows, the greens, all put throughout. Those all look good. We've got some really exciting base work going on. Lots of different rocks and leaves and shrubberies. I like shrubberies. There's some of these might, like when it comes to the spirits, I wonder if maybe we don't have a bit too much color going on with the light blue, given that I've also got red and yellow and green, especially a very bright green. I wonder if those spirits couldn't have been like your little sprites or whatever they're called, couldn't have been the same sort of green that is the glowing magical energy you're already using on like the runes. I think that would track to people. If the runes are magical, then the sprites could be consisting of the same magic. It's all forest magic. I think that would read okay to people. But like your bark is looking great, nice and dark, like with a lot of good variation in it though. I can see like good cracks in the bark and stuff like that. Interesting conversions, extra bits and stuff. I like all of that. Now here's my pushback for you. Let's talk about these trees you put on the base here, these shrubberies. Okay. These you took out of something and you put them on here and they're not painted at all. If you're going to get something this big, and put it down, you got to paint it. This is painted with a bunch of different variation and color going on, right? Look at all the different things you've got going on in this wood where you dry brushed and washed and all this. So much variation. Look at this. It's green. How green? It's just green, right? When you're going to put something sizable like that on your base and you don't paint it, it's going to stand out like a sore thumb from a mile away. So when you use, and this is probably true for the tree and the next one as well here, like when you're going to grab it, it looks like you maybe did a little painting here of your green energy. But if you're going to grab a tree, you got to prime it, you got to paint it. You're turning wood into wood, but that's okay. Like, I understand that seems silly to go through all that trouble to end up at almost what you started back at, but the difference is noticeable.
Well, if I can articulate that in another way, let's think about how we always paint sand, right?
Yep.
When you put sand on your base, why do you paint it? Well, because it needs to be changed in its texture and catching light to match the scale.
Right.
Right. So similar things is what you're saying here. So because you're trying to match the scale of this, you have to force light and color change to happen with your paintbrush rather than just relying on nature to do it for you.
Absolutely agreed. Yep. All right. Otherwise, there's so much about this I do like. I don't want to give anybody the impression otherwise. There's a lot of great stuff going on here, and this forest is going to pop like really, really well on the table. Your bright green energy is looking fantastic. Okay. Let's see. What do we got? Okay. Why don't I take Luke Snell's orc here? And then why don't you take Gideon's gobos? Did we already look at Gideon's gobos? I guess there you go.
We'll have a quick look at his goblins and then get into some
Blood Reavers
right after that.
Yeah, sounds good. We'll do the gobos together, and then I'll pass the mic over to you for the Blood Reavers and Blood Warriors. All right. For now, let's look at some orc mega bosses. Okay. A lot of interesting choices Luke made here. Putting the checkerboard pattern, the checks on the axe, looks very cool. We're going for. I feel like Luke is drawing some inspiration here from the bleep the skeleton bleep style, the skeleton bloop
Yeah.
style, whatever we're calling it, with our striation work on things like this bone, right, where we've got a lot of heavy striations. Going with the red is interesting for all the skulls. I'm not sure if I like it, but it is very different. I feel like what I'm missing is that it still doesn't have some of the regular bone color into it, and the transition isn't softer in some way. I've seen a couple of mega bosses that use red quite heavily in the bone. Bleep Bloop famously used this same dark red in his bone, and I like that. But there's still, in all those cases, there was still some bone color there to make it read as like your eye read as though there's still bone going on. It was more like the shade color or the pop color was the red. So I'm not sure, because it's a lot of red and it's all leaning on one side of the model. And it's really weighting that model, because everywhere else you've got very neutral tones. Now, it's not as bad because this red is fairly desaturated. Like, it's got a lot of brown and white in it, and the various low lights and highlights, but it still is very sort of distracting from the rest of the model. I feel like I want this blue to also be red. Again, like, the blue is a step too far. We didn't need this blue here, and I don't know what it's doing. It's not adding to your overall color balance, because you've already got green in the skin. Then we added red, and we're going to add blue. Like, those aren't going to pop together. So I feel like that's where we might have stepped a little wrong there. Overall, the things I really like is I really like the choice of the cream color on the armor. I think that looks really good. It's very unique. I don't think I've seen anybody do it. It works really well with the check pattern on the axe. And it looks really good against the green skin and the black shoulder plates. So I really do dig that quite a bit. Like, quite a bit. I think a whole army of these guys would look just sweet in that kind of color. Yeah. Kieran, you got any other thoughts?
Well, I think he's created a tough challenge. Like you said, that bone color for the central part of his armor is really a unique thing, and I like it as well. But because of that choice, he has to go somewhere else with that big dragon skull, right? He has to, because that can't be the same color either, I think. Unless you maybe go really sort of dark brown with it and don't come very, very light at all. So I don't mind that he went into the red zone with that. The little skulls dangling under his armpit could probably have been a little bit more closer to that, because they do seem a shinier red. And then I think I do agree with you that he could spot that red on his tabard that's dragging down, as well as the teeth dags that are on that other shoulder plate. I think that's the place that would bring that into balance.
Yep.
So that's what I would add to that.
There you go. But good stuff. I mean, like, overall, like I said, I think this is you're like just a half step away from a really great total color combination for a whole, like, Iron Jaws force that I think would look awesome.
Yeah, and let's give him props for doing some selective highlighting and very controlled highlighting on all the beaten
like metal plates
of all the armor plates, etc.
Yep.
The axe blade and all that stuff is, very, very controlled highlights and edging on those. It's really good.
I agree. All right. Let's talk about some gobos. So Gideon.
Goblins.
5 down, 75 to go. Yeah. I assume he'll probably base them all at the end, so that's fine. We'll ignore that for the moment. I love the bright green against the dark. Very, very good. What I will say is that yellow, you're trying. It still doesn't feel very rich. Like, it feels like we painted that yellow over black or something. I would lay down a heavy flesh tone and then put your yellow over top of it. You'll get a much richer yellow.
There is a couple of I don't know if they still sell them, but Citadel used to do some foundation paints that were really good for undercoating beneath the yellow. I don't know if they still make them though.
I would recommend Vallejo Extra Opaque. Vallejo makes a line called Extra Opaque, which will, I don't care how, like, you can take their Vallejo Extra Opaque Flesh or orange or gray or whatever and put it over jet black, and it's a solid color. It's incredibly pigment rich.
Yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, he's done a good job of picking out teeth on these things too, which is an important part of these goblins.
Yeah, and a great choice to go into like the navyish, the deep blue, right? To give the highlight color there. It really does pop out against the green of the skin.
Yeah, and it's a soft transition too.
Yep.
You know, it's easy to do these big cloaks with a harsh highlight and call them done, but you spend some extra care on those.
Absolutely. Looking good, sir. All right. Ready to talk about Khorne. Bloodbound.
Some Crone guys. So this is about Alexander. Yeah. So, well, we look at these things, you know, since the Age of Sigmar box is becoming rampant, we see a lot of these, and here's some more. But we always need to talk about two important things when people do these in the Khorne fashion, and that is flesh tone. And his flesh tone is really good on these things. Like, it's rich and vibrant. Again, they're very well sculpted for muscle definition, and Alexander's taking full advantage of that. Coming back on something I was talking about with Marok's models a little bit earlier, is that those ones needed that extra level of highlight to really delineate the musculature, and Alexander's certainly done that on his. The other thing I really want to compliment him on is the smoothness of crimson transition. If we focus on a couple of points of especially the legging armor of these guys and the shoulder plate of the guy on the left side, he's still stayed virtually brown crimson around the edges closest to the brass, and then come up with a very soft multi-layer transition to get it to a brighter red. And then of course on the helmets, we see that the way that manifests itself is the crown of the helmet is its brightest spot, and then looking to the guys at the back a little more especially, there's some deeper recesses underneath the eye slots and within the Khorne symbols themselves. So I really want to give him good compliments for that smooth transition on there. I'm just going to get nitpicky about one thing actually, overall on these things, and that is the blood on the leader's spike is the only place that blood appears on any of these guys. So he's the only guy getting some action. Is that really believable? And also, if it was just recent, how come nobody else got some action?
Right. Sure. Yeah. If with that blood again, you got to be careful with that, because unless he just stabbed that guy 2 seconds ago, right? It's very bright. Like I would love to see a little bit more old caked blood on the Blood Warrior, like some darker brown is in it, right, where it had oxygenated or whatnot. So
yeah.
Yep, that's fair.
Yeah, so that's my only tiny little dig at this. I'd be pretty happy with this unit though on the field.
Yeah, I also love the face conversion here, because that guy does not normally have a skull face.
Oh, does he?
No, he does not.
Not aware of that.
So there you go. I'm good. Like, as far as I know, unless the box set for the Blood Warriors comes with like a weird different head that I didn't get in like the starter box, there's no skull face Blood Warrior normally. So, but
oh well.
Either that or he constructed it just with paint and he's picked out certain things. Maybe he had a full face mask and he just chose to do it as bone or something. I don't know. Either way, it's an awesome choice. And I haven't seen anybody else do that. So I'd have to go pull out my Blood Warriors and like look at them to get it. But it's very different. And I think it's very cool.
Yeah.
I love it. All right. Let's both here for a moment take a look at Peel Tag. Taking a page out of Mickey Jenver's playbook, his 15-year-old nephew's first fig. He says he threw a couple of dryad sprues and painted him and said, go for it.
Sweet.
So this is probably the first miniature this person has ever assembled and or painted. And if that is the case...
Oh, it's pretty tidy.
He did a great job, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty tidy, actually.
So I would say for a first miniature, doing great. Like this, there's obvious lessons to be learned. Of course, that goes without saying. But goodness sakes, I mean, yeah, like to do something like that pretty clean right out of the gate when you're not even having an actual figure to assemble, right? The fact that it was just like bits, and it was like, here, build something.
Nice. Yeah, I even got some some shading delineation in the bone up top there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some highlights on that on the draping of foliage. Yeah, ideal.
I think it's pretty great.
Man, we got lots of. I have to keep working harder as a painter because you know what, this new generation have all the tools.
Oh, they're coming up. They're learning with the YouTubes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
They're nipping at the heels. They're gonna blow us old people away in like 2-3 years. It's just we're not even gonna be able to keep up. I agree.
At the risk of sounding, saying something like back in my day, we didn't have all these fancy things.
We had a white dwarf that had a 3-step painting guide, and one of those steps was complete.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we got more of Andrew's skeletons. Let's also take a look at this. This is again in the same line as what he painted before. So we'll just quickly look here. We saw the one guy already. We saw the guy in the back.
Yeah, in fact, there's this centaur guy right in the middle there.
Yep. Very fun. I love this color combination he's done. Just a lot of weird, crazy. He's just throwing stuff. I love that he's using the skull banner topper as their heads. I had seen somebody else do this for a model. I've never seen anybody do it for a whole unit. This almost looks like a mariachi band just rolled into the place.
It does. And it's almost appropriate for this week too, because it was like Dia de los Muertos for all the Mexicans and Spanish people last week.
There you go.
So it totally fits.
So that's pretty funny.
And
very unique.
Let's take a second to observe the guy with no torso.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I caught that too. Oh boy.
Silliness.
Andrew, we've got the madman of the Tomb Kings over here. There's a lich priest just stitching stuff together, just heedless of any of the rules of the road. I love it.
That's a fun group.
Okay. So let's see. Why don't I take Toby Trigg's Celestial or Lord Celestant on Dracoth? There we go. If you want to take Victor's Vigilant Angel Devastators.
Sure will.
All right. So Toby, I know I gave you a lot of feedback in the comments already because I like this model and you've got some good stuff going on here. I'll just kind of carry it through for everybody else to what I think here. So the things I think that Toby did well is he really placed some great colors. He's got some very good shading on the red. He's used a nice but soft dry brush technique on the Dracoth to pull out all the details and all the cracks. A nice wash dry brush technique. And that looks very nice. The Dracoth has a lot of great highlights, a lot of good variation and scales. It looks like it's got rough skin. The cloak has some very nice shadows in it. And kudos for an extremely clean job of picking out the text on the hammer banner, which is always the toilet paper things of the Stormcast. Their little toilet paper scrolls are with the runes in them are truly the most annoying thing about Stormcast. So the all of that looks good. And what I had mentioned in my comments was basically you've got this great variation on the Dracoth and in the red, and then we've got the blue and it's just flat. And we've got the gold and it's just it's gold wash. Right? What we need to do is if we're going to take one model or one part of the model and have this much variation, then we need to make sure we're respecting that with the appropriate other textures, right? This skin is going to be no more or less reflective than this cloth for all intents and purposes, right? They're both basically, they're going to have about the same reflectivity. So we would need to reflect that here on the lower part, create shadow up here, something like that. Maybe edge highlight this, maybe have a shadow up here in the corner, comes down to lighter here, that kind of thing. Same with the gold. You drop the wash in, you got kind of some red tones or something down here. Good, perfect. Looks like you used some Reichland flesh shade, I would guess. That's fine. Cool. You cut all your lines. Now let's get in there with that gold again. Let's pick out the top edges of this chest plate. And then let's mix in a little silver or thin down some silver. And let's catch the very top edges here and here on the top of the lion, the edge here. And then that's going to really, really, really pop this guy out. So it will just be, and it'll more than just making it sort of capture the eye, which it will much more. It will also bring the figure more into line with our expectations when we look at it. because that blue looks so flat because you did so much work on the Dracoth, right? So our brain can't, your brain has certain expectations from what it experiences every day. And so you're defeating our subconscious expectations, and that's why it feels off, right? So.
Yep. I would say that needs to be there on the scripture banner as well.
Right. Yep. Maybe a little brighter tone here on the top, maybe a little darker here tucked underneath, something like that, right? Yeah.
Yep. Show us the folds.
Yep.
Like that. Yeah.
All righty. The Vigilant Angel Devastators.
Well, we always expect a good high standard from our friend across the sea, Victor. And Space Marineing it up some more. When we get a couple of shots of this, he's dealing with a very sort of, I don't want to call it a chalky color tone, but a bone color tone for the armor plates in general, matched up with red. Obviously, that looks really sharp. The delineation and care of making armor plates differentiate from one another is easily always there. Victor also does some good metallics. He's got some weathering and sort of carbonization going around in the muzzles of these things. But as if I'm going to give you any critiques, as we'd like to push a little bit, let's get a next frame, and we'll get a side shot of a couple of these guys. Actually, one more frame ahead. Oh, maybe it's the last frame indeed. Yeah, skip to there. Okay, let's stop there for a sec. So it's just a matter of I have such high expectations after all the Stormcast stuff and the other things you do, Victor, that it's easy to pick out the little shortcut that you made on the shoulder emblazons of these two guys. You can tell that it's showing some brush strokes in there, which is a rare sight to see out of a Victor case model. So I guess if you're giving it a little more care of attention, you would tidy that up, and even that nameplate that goes on the guy in the middle there, I would expect you to probably tidy that up if you care to. And one other thing that I think I'd like to work out a little bit better is I like the plasma glow that you got across the top of these guns, but I think that could be brightened up a little bit more, and a couple of more layers of transition to really sell the idea of the glow in there a little bit better. So those are my tiny critiques, Vic.
I think you nailed exactly what I was going to say. My only other small thing I wanted to point out was I do like the little freehand flames and stuff on their knee plates, and that's a good example where you do have this fairly clean here. Like, this line is mostly solid. It's good. I agree. We can see the brushstrokes. We went the black over the pure white, and we didn't bother. We can see that where it chipped in, and here it didn't quite cover it, right? Because we have this extreme painting solid black over solid white. So going to take some layers and clean up when you want to make that kind of a harsh transition. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at Andrew Wade's Oblivion. And then if you want to quickly look at my Tree Woman, and we'll move on from there. Mm-hmm. Okay. So obviously meant to be in all black and white. I don't have much to tell you on this model, Andrew, other than I quite like it. It's clear that it's meant to be in this sort of black and white. I will say that it's like you've sucked all the life out of it, and I like that because that's obviously what you're going for. Color equals life, right? And when you have this pure monochromatic, it reads as like the emptiness, this gray emotionlessness, right? And so I think what I quite like is how smooth you've managed to get a lot of these transitions throughout the model. What I would argue is that I would like to see the ropes stand out just a little more, especially around the wrists. They feel like they get lost very easy. Monochromatic painting is really tough. You popped out the sheen on the hair really well, like the crown of the head, but the ropes kind of fade into the model itself just a little. Yeah, that's my main thought. Any thoughts there, Kieran?
Well, yeah, I'll just add to a little bit of what you said there. This is a tougher challenge than it looks like, people.
Yep.
To lay this from black to white without it appearing chalky is a really tough thing to do. It's a sad looking model. I mean, it's a girl who's tied up and also tied to a peg in the ground as well. So it's just a gigantically sad, morose model. So doing it in this style obviously is the right choice of model to do when you're doing a monochrome black and white thing. Yeah, I don't know that I have anything extra to add there from your point of contact, aside from bringing attention to one thing on there. And because when I look at this thing, the thing that is the sharpest highlight and transition is the hair and the nose, right?
Yep.
And you can see a little bit of, I think it's over her mouth. Is her mouth stitched together? I guess.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, those are focal points of the model that you would normally look at on any other model, is the head and the face. But I think you're right that those ropes are the feature of the model and really sell the story of it.
So I'll give you one other piece of advice here, Andrew, or one other thought. Advice might be too strong. One other thought. I wonder if we couldn't take some black pigment or black sort of a wash or something and dab it in very slowly out around the edge of this base. I don't want to darken it to black, but I want to create shadow so that the light spot is around her. And I think the emotion of the piece would get kicked up to 11, because if you faded it to basically black at the very edge, and it just sort of, if you can picture what I'm talking about, this is very bright under her, and it fades to this blackness on the edge. It would be almost as though she's truly alone, cast in this spotlight, right? So even though there's no exact lighting you're trying to replicate with that, like that's just to say there's nothing in reality that you're matching to that, it doesn't matter. You're doing an art piece here, right? By doing it in black and white. You're not trying to replicate reality exactly. You're trying to replicate an emotion. So I think something like that could be a big deal, because it would make her feel even more alone amongst a sea of sort of void. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But very cool stuff. Very unique model.
Yeah, I feel like I should try something like that too.
It is a really interesting challenge to try to paint like monochromatic, even if you're not going to truly do black and white, just to use like one color and only use black and white or something like that, right? Like take blue and the only like one shade of blue, and that's it. You have one blue pot, and the only other thing you're allowed to use is white and black. It's interesting.
Yeah.
So this was my Drycha conversion. Here we go.
Yeah. Well, the Tyrant of Teal is back at it.
Yes, indeed. Back at it again.
Yeah. So, well, obviously, color balance is really good. Teal up around the top, the crown, the arms, and then made sure that you carried it onto the base into the water. I like the warmth of your wood that you've done throughout all this thing. You know, going into some yellow touches on some of the wood bowls, and a few stripes on there, so that's good. I also think it's real curious that you've balanced out the purple mauve around the face and made those tendrils that are reaching around, that spectral magical feel, because obviously this is quite a magical model, and you should feel that throughout it. So good job on the choices there. I have one thing that I'm curious about. If you can spin us around to the back shot. And here's what I want to say about this. So on her smooth buttocks area,
yes,
you've gone into that warm yellow and orange, which is a sort of a carryover of how you've gone with the warm wood.
Yep.
But out on the front side, you're into the mauves and purple areas on the similar spaces that appear to be the more human elements of this model. And I guess just from an observer, my feeling is that there isn't a reason why this color on the back shouldn't be the same as it is on the front, and those same similar human elements.
Yeah, so I'll say two things on this. This was a real question for me. I thought about this a lot. This isn't it isn't surprising to me that you would point that out because I struggled with this. So an interesting picadillo of this model, and I'm not zooming in to be a gross person. It's just I want to show very clearly what's going on. Her breasts here are a different structure than the rest of her body. Like there is a segmented difference between this all the way around, right?
Yeah.
You can see where the tendrils wrap down in, like from the rest of her body. Her butt, her butt has no such divider, right? It literally just fades into smooth wood, right?
Yeah.
And
there's still some striations that you can see in there, I can tell.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Right.
it's quite her butt's actually quite smooth. Compared to a lot of, like, say, her leg here, right, where you can see how deep these ridges are. So that presented me with an interesting challenge. So there's two things I was concerned with. If I made her butt the same color as her breasts out here, I was afraid of baboon syndrome.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
because you're gonna read brown, which is like brown fur of a baboon, next to a big pink butt, right?
Yeah.
If I made this the just very warm flesh color, then I was afraid I was going to lose the color balance on the face, and the face would be like really, really bright. In the end, I'm not sure I made the right choice, but that's at least why I made the choice. So
yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
Because I think that the brightness of that, although it does share on the backside, it shares the same colors as the warmest of wood that you have throughout the rest of the model. I think it's funny that you use the word the baboon syndrome because I think it does have a little bit of that anyway.
Yeah, sure.
And I don't know if there's any way around that aside from just ignoring the fact that it's a smooth space and painting it in the darker bowls of wood like the rest of it.
Right.
Yeah, without actually doing it, it's hard to imagine what would be the right choice. But yeah, anyway.
There you go. Yeah, she's a unique model. Very fun to paint, though, and I'm happy to have Drycha. And Alariel is sitting on my desk in front of me, the last model for the army right now. So there you go. All right.
Best and the biggest for last, eh?
You got it. That's exactly right. All right. We're almost to the end of the month. Kieran, you want to talk about your flame cannon and grudge thrower?
Oh, yeah. Actually, this is a good example. This is the first model that I painted with the new sets of metallics. This particular one, the grudge thrower. And I used old metallics because I had partially painted that flame cannon that you'll see in the next frames with the old metallics. So I don't know if you can notably tell a difference in the metallic style here on this grudge thrower versus the flame cannon that you'll see in a couple frames.
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely. I'll show you the difference for our viewers who might not spot the difference. Let's take a look here. I want you to really look at the texture of this metal. Okay, humble viewer or gentle viewers. Okay, look at the texture of this metal. Now let's look at the texture of this metal. Okay, the difference here is in the smoothness. Do you see how this is relatively smooth and flat and doesn't have a lot of actual texture to it? But this does. Look at the bumpiness in here, right? Mm-hmm. Those old, and what the reason for that is because I assume these are older Citadel metallics, right?
That's right.
Yep. So Citadel metallics use giant aluminum or something like that, some kind of thing like that, pigment. Like most metals use like actual metal pigment, right, to make metallic. Most of the time it's aluminum, but not always. It can be like mica and other things too, or whatever. But and the name of the game in metal paint is how small can you grind the pigment, and it gets really expensive to grind it really, really small. And the Citadel stuff just isn't ground down small enough, and so when the paint goes on, you get a choppy texture to it. And I can spot that paint from a mile away. The Model Air, because it's meant to go through an airbrush, right? It can't afford to have any big pigment, right? It's got to be hyper fine because anything of any size is going to clog your airbrush like instantaneously, right? So that's why the Model Air metal was really the gold standard for steel paints for a long time until Vallejo stepped up their game even farther and went to the Vallejo metal color, which is basically sorcery. So
yeah, and see, I've worked a little bit more with the gold spectrum now since painting these models, and I see that more in those.
Yep.
That fleck size or the pigment size of the flakes
Yep.
in the golds in these ones than I did in the silver, even more so.
Yeah. Citadel golds, like those golds drive me crazy because I can tell when people paint them because it makes the model look bumpy. Like that's how it looks. The model looks bumpy and rough when you use those golds as opposed to say an air paint gold, which is meant to, where the pigment's going to be much more fine. So.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the other thing that I would say about these models is I finally finished the bases with some leaf scatter on them. That was the other.
So why don't you walk people through your leaf scatter real quick? Because leaf scatters, it can be a tough thing for people who don't know it. Where do you get your leaves from, and how do you apply them? What are you doing?
Well, I was going to do a video about this actually.
Oh, how?
I pull them off of birch trees. Like I go out into nature because we have nature here in Canada. And
we properly got rid of all that down here in the States, but continue.
Yeah, no, it's just concrete jungle and plastic trees there.
Correct.
Yeah, so I actually pull the buds off of birch trees and crumble them up, and the way that the birch bud is it's a cluster of seeds with protective husks, and what I'm using out of it is the protective husks that have a little bit of a leaf shape to them. When I do the vid, you'll see this, and I'll illustrate a little bit better. But yeah, that's the part that I separate from the seed, and that's what I'm gluing to. At this time of year, the color that you're seeing on there is untouched, right? Like I didn't add paint to those. That's just how they look at this time of the year.
Gotcha.
If you get your leaf buds earlier in the year, they're going to appear more green. And I assume if you get them while there's snow on the ground, they'll probably be darker even yet than they are right here.
Yeah, and what I'll say is you can order the birch seed is very popular because it does have that exact leaf look. It's pretty great, and you can order those from a couple different sites online and such. And I think it's a great example of this. They're fantastic for this kind of scatter. So very good. Oh, I look forward to that video, sir.
Yeah, I'll never get it up this week, I think.
There you go. All right. Okay, so Jared Brantley, let's see. So he said he's excited and frustrated to post his first end of month submit. He doesn't consider these finished, but he won't be able to get back home for a while. So that's okay. That's good. You're done with them, but you want to know, okay, what are we doing next? All right, so let's talk about these guys.
Merry gang of adventurers.
Indeed it is. And that's where I'm going to go first. We got to take about Jared, we got to take about half of these colors and ditch them. We'll come back to the zombies. In any individual guy, like I understand we want to keep the colors together, and these are sort of they're assembled from different clothes and stuff. Like I get it, but like if you're going to go, if these are meant to be peasants, they would not have this much bright clothing. Like if you need an appeal to realism, here you go. Peasants don't wear bright clothing. They're dirty, poor people, right? They live in a world of browns. Okay.
Yeah, mostly.
Yeah. So like, you can still use your colors, but if you go back to what I commented earlier when I talked about my Storm Fiends, these need to be like heavily desaturated colors. We have too much bright going on here across it. And so what we get is this sort of rainbow effect, right? Where I can't really focus on any model individually or figure out what's going on with my eye because I'm being bounced all over the place by like, there's a bright yellow, there's a bright blue. I think if you're going for any kind of cohesive unit here, if that's your idea, if these guys, even if not, like these could be like Mordheim, a gang of adventurers, that's okay. Use brown to bring most of it together and then have one color across all of them, right? Because maybe they all wear like a red sash, or so they all have some red. And then you can use some desaturated tertiary colors, right? To kind of just add a little interesting element to each one and just make sure you triangular color balance on each model. And if the red goes through each, and the brown is the majority color, or whatever, if neutral is the majority color, you won't distract from that tertiary color won't hurt you anymore. Okay, so that would be my biggest piece of advice for where you'd want to go.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And you can see that he's being creative in a couple of ways. Like he's got some pattern painting over top of a couple of the tabards there.
Yep.
And I think there was a side shot of a shield where he had painted some crow.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about this. If you I assume this was painted on by you,
Yeah,
and that's great. That looks great. Super fantastic work on that.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
Yeah, so use that. Go to what Vince has said about desaturating your color. Like that red is just too bold. But you can still be creative and add some character, like you've clearly got a good sense of with things like that.
Yep. All right.
Very on. We'll look forward to some when you get time to get back to them and finish them up. We'll see you next month.
All right. So Nicholas with a big submission. This is a lot of different things that he had sort of had done previously. So we're just going to look over these real quick. We got a couple of these both from Daka and from Nicholas. So here we go. So Nicholas, first off, if we remember from last time when the blue was way too bright, we had that muted down. And we moved the heat spot up to the middle, and 10 million times better.
Yeah. This is a really impressive looking one visually.
Yeah, like so much better. Nick, you took exactly the feedback we gave you and you executed on it fantastically. And I hope it's clear to you after you did it why it's so much better, right? Because now the armor looks blue, but it doesn't overwhelm. Because I still read that as blue, but most of it is actually that's very dark gray or black. But you've tricked my eye, right? By desaturating it. You let my eye freely move over it. I just read it as blue and keep going. And now I'm looking where I should be looking, which is the big fire sword and the fire sickle and stuff like that.
Well, I also remember about this thing that it was too close to the tabard coming out from the horse as well, and he's left that muted.
Yep.
And it's blue gray, so he gets that color delineation there.
Yep, absolutely. My only other final thought for you would be the front of the base is far too sparse. We got nothing going on up here. I need something up here. Tufts, cracks.
We need a shrubbery,
a rock, a dead guy, anything. just dirt. Okay. We had seen this guy too, Gordorak. Pretty fantastic. It's very, very bright. Very, very bright Maw Crusher. I like the face mask. I like all the fieriness carried throughout. I will say I very much like how you carried the fiery heat of the armor and the axes down to the face mask of the Maw Crusher. That was a good call because that tied this whole thing together. I noticed you also did it to the armor plates on the Maw Crusher. Very, very, very good choice there. My other thought is, though, on these big... Let me see if I can get a shot of the wings. I want to talk about. I don't remember if this... Yeah, here we go. Perfect. Okay, these wings are great wings, man. There's so much detail in here. You got all these great ridges. You got these bones. Why did we paint them a color and wash them and call it a day? Because that's what we did here. And this is on Gordorak, the Fist of Gork, the centerpiece of centerpieces, the destroyer. Like, we can do better. And we can do better with very simple techniques. So let's talk about these wings. They've got all this wonderful texture. Okay, keep going from here. You're not in a bad place. You're in a great place. You've set yourself up for success here. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a fairly soft dry brush. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to be like bang, 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 bang. But I'm not going to run it all the way down to here. In, say, the center 60%. I'm going to dry brush, dry brush, dry brush, dry brush, dry brush, dry brush. Same over here. Then I'm going to come in with another wash, let's say a brown or something, or a purple or a green. Well, probably purple's not the right color on this one. Maybe a green to bring in like a very deep, deep green brown. Yeah, that'd probably work. I need to really think about it. And I'm going to wash that into the folds. I'm going to overlap my dry brush just slightly. Okay. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to take my, I'm going to take like a light brown color. And I'm going to kind of glaze the whole thing down and tie it all together. And then maybe I'm going to come in with that dry brush and go, and this time I'm only going to do the center 25%. It's dry brushing and washing back and forth, the two literal simplest techniques, and you can achieve amazing things with these wings. If you're curious, by the way, Nick, I have a video on this way back in like maybe the 20s of my hobby cheating series, where I literally walk you through doing exactly what I just described. So, and with wings like Gordrax, it'll really pop. You've got such a great model here. You made so many good choices on at the front. And by the way, take that, Demon Prince. It's wonderful. You did so much awesome work here on his armor and his mask and all this. And then the wings are just like, they're there. Like, take that all the way up.
I think of the wings as the same as the scales, right? So we have a lot of big open space on the scales, especially on those forefront arms and on the back going down to the tail. So I agree with you. I think that the level of texturing should be pretty similar. Like, you should be willing to put, to balance out the model, the same sort of effort on those wings that you did on the scaling.
Yep. Because you've got a winner here, buddy. Looking good.
Yeah.
You've rounded third. You're heading for home. Don't trip. That's what I'll say. Okay. And then we'll take a quick look
at
at
army shot, hey?
There you go. We got a nice big massive shot. Look at all this. Good night.
Oh, this is hang on, this is
his order force,
stuff.
Yeah, from all his fire slayers that he assembled. Like, a lot of these have shown up in previous months' submits, right?
Yeah, okay.
That's a pretty great conversion back here.
What the heck is going on with that Engine of the Gods thing?
Yeah, this is like clearly a custom built Engine of the Gods with the Doom Wheel wheels or something. Yeah.
I love that.
That's pretty great.
Yeah,
we need
really
some
good.
Yeah, we come on, Nick. Don't spoil us with these far away shots. What the heck, man? Let's get some tighter up shots too. Are those old school Chaos Dwarfs down there with the hats?
They sure are.
That is. You know?
Yeah. Stovepipe hats and Byzantine hats.
You got quite a force in here.
There's High Elf Sisters of Avalorn. There's some Sword Masters up front.
Good stuff. All right.
Some Medusa even in there. Wow. It's a spectrum, all right.
It really is. All right. So, let's see.
We're almost going to find out who's painting on Halloween.
Yes. And so let's take a quick look at Daka, who's also submitting his force. We got a bunch of stuff. Let's just kind of move through Daka stuff, and then we'll come back to Merrick's. Actually, let's look at Marok first. His hour speed paint of the Ninja Turtle. Here we go.
Nice. That's good subject matter.
Absolutely. And a great test for doing some good muscles, good interesting work of the skin tone. I'll say for an hour, pretty darn good.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say so too. Yeah, and exactly. So back to, we were talking about his model before, that he was doing the heroic musculature of the leotard, and obviously same kind of deal here on Leonardo, or whichever turtle this is.
I believe this would be Leonardo.
Yeah.
We've got two katanas.
Yeah, perfectly fine, man. I think in the hour speed paint, brilliant.
Yeah.
I don't think you need. I wouldn't even come back and fix that much, aside from, maybe think about the lighting on the sword and how you highlighted that.
Yep, the sword's the only thing that sticks out to me, really. So yeah. Take a minute or two, create a little highlighting on the sword in a sharper way, and put him on the shelf. All right. Speaking of fire, boy, Nick and Daka are back and forth with this fire. Everybody's hot for lava. It's hot lava this month. All right. So here we've got some more orcs, and I love how Daka has worked in some fire and heat into his dags all over the place here. We've got some flame. Where can we see it? There we go. You can see the flame pattern, some flame checks coming in the armor. Got some good scuffed up armor. I really like the fire pattern. I think it really makes these guys pop. What's your thoughts on it?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. And done properly too, right? So emanating, coolest part nearest in, and emanating to the brightest.
Except on here.
Well, reverse. Yeah, you know what? It kind of reverses in a couple of places, I suppose. but yeah, I think it's fun. It's especially important in those dags, I think, that are on the armor plates, right?
Yep, and it looks like all those are the right direction.
Yeah. So for the most part, they're going. It's a bit of a weird element to put it on those bolt-ons on the blade, though. I suppose maybe that's why he probably had the same kind of color choice. Do you reverse those and have it warmer coming in to the blade, or warmer going away from the blade?
Right. Yeah.
You know,
I think maybe the answer is. Yeah, I think maybe the answer is not vertical at all, but horizontal. Like the cutting edge is white hot, and this side is like you kind of run this direction with it, right? Like literally, like more like this. Does that make sense?
Well, he's kind of done that. If you look down on the opposite arm.
Oh yeah, sure. Over here, yeah.
Yeah, he's done it there actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's the way to do it. Just keep it all the same. Well, that's a cool idea, though.
More brutes.
I'm seeing more and more people use this crackle earth basing now that they've done a different formulation.
Yeah, the new.
That pot.
Yep, and you can get them in the big pots now too, which I'm sure is like because you could blow through one of those little pots pretty fast.
Yeah, I think if I'm going to add a critique here at the end of it all, it's get some darkness into that metal.
Yep.
There's a few spaces I think where it could be. You got a lot of flat blade open surfaces on these guys as they're waving them around, and I think that there needs to be some more darkness in there because there's some places where it just looks too flat, metallic.
Yeah, I agree. A little more, as we've said many times, a little more shadow and a little more pop on the metal would really bring it out.
And you might actually have to think of it in a similar way to you've been thinking about your color transition in the flames. Actually, you can carry over something similar there, and work from darkness into a brighter metallic. If you could think of it like that.
Agreed. Okay.
What else has he got for us? There's more, right?
There's more. Oh yeah. Let's look at his Ard Boys drummer. And the Ard Boys.
Yeah.
Still in the red, but very distinctly colored. It'd be easy to spot the difference there. They're not quite as fiery hot as the brutes yet.
Nope. They're working their way up.
Let's take a look at Tretch Craventail. Yes, good old Tretch.
Oh, is this his stuff as well?
Yep.
He's popped in some Scavens.
Sneaking in the Scaven on us.
Okay.
I always like the positioning on Tretch, but here's a good example of the metal again in practice, right? What we were talking about. I think that's much the same story here. Good freehand on the banners, just doing some nice little images there.
Okay.
Is this guy? Is this? Are those hearts? I'm not sure. Looks like hearts are floating up.
I don't know what those are.
But
I don't want to say what I think that looks like. It looks like a hood. It looks like a spiky hood.
It does look like a spiky hood. Yes. Maybe. Yeah.
There.
Yep. Well. Yep.
That could be.
Moving on. All right. So, and then the Gore Gruntas. Similarly carried through. What I'll say about the Gore Gruntas here, my thought on them was I love the skin tone that you put on the boars. I actually really like the skin tone on the boars. I think it looks fantastic. It's got a really nice earthiness to it. I feel like I need a little more variation in the fur itself. It's white. I don't know if I need a little more gray, a little more black, a little more of some color popped in there. Just something. The fur, it's maybe some browns worked in. We could go a lot of different directions, but the fur itself feels a little flat. It's kind of all uniform, right? And I got to imagine these guys don't take good care of their piggies. So,
what I'm drawn to in this is the gums and the flesh around the maw. Right, I really like that.
Yeah,
how he's done color variation into there.
I'm not sure about the metal teeth. I get it that they actually do have blades. Are all of their teeth metal? I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Because otherwise, who is the dentist?
Yeah, absolutely. No wonder these pigs are so angry all the time. Somebody ripped all their teeth and shoved metal in. That is not good for your gums. Let me tell you what. 4 out of 5 dentists agree. Don't replace your teeth with metal spikes. All right.
That's a pretty fun group, though. Really well done.
More on the Halloween keeps coming here. All right. So you want to take Jeff's classic goblin, and we'll spin through his classic models, and I'll talk about Kyle's Happy Halloween submission.
Sure. Okay. Well, Jeffrey, if you are the tyrant of teal, he is the. Well, I got to find some alliterative name for the green here. He is. I don't know what he is. He loves the green. We know that.
He's the father of flashbacks here with his going back to the 80s.
Yeah, so Jeff's done some boldness all around here, and obviously the green skin tone is really great. He comes up almost to a bright yellow in some places. So he's taking us through a good travel of dark green to yellow within a small space there. Jeff's a very tidy painter. There's no brush stroke that's going to be out of line here. He even has delineation around the teeth of that the moon motif that's on the shield there. What else can we see here? Some bubbles on the surface of the moon. Even the basing itself is so old school.
Yeah, it is. Yes.
My first bases were like, following the instructions in the White Dwarf magazine of glue down this sand, painted goblin green, then go get your bilious green, which was almost yellow, and painted it over top. I bet you still got a pot of bilious green in there somewhere, and that's what he's done with that. Yeah, it's a style of old school. He's executed it sharply. I got no complaints about it for the style that it's trying to portray. It's way different from the style that most painters are doing these days, and trying to be a little bit more gritty and realistic, and thinking about weathering and dust on the boots. So Jeff's obviously gone a different way to this.
Speaking of
this, yeah, holy Jeebus. Look at the bright yellow panties on this girl. Red claws. That was 1988. Shining at you.
Absolutely.
The color explosion. Well, the one thing he's got on there, if we can back up just a second,
Sure.
One thing to quickly speak about is he's picked up a little bit of the bloop flower or skeleton bleep, or whatever we decided to call it, on his bone, and as well on the white part of the underside of this guy's flesh. That out for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, on these. Took a little bit extra care in painting that eyeball as well. You can notice that. It's even got a little bit of pupil shine.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I love it. And then he's got some Death Watch in here. Let's see if we can. There we go. Or is that what's called? Not Death Watch. Lost Patrol. There we go. Sorry.
Sure.
Sorry, everybody.
I don't know what that's called either. Yeah, so that was all good. I guess the little human scout is the thing to really pay attention to there, and he's got some real sharp edge highlighting on the armor plates. And hair and face are really good by Jeff. So yeah, pretty happy with those models. These are for a board game though, eh? That's why he's done it.
Yeah, exactly.
Basis.
Yep.
Yeah.
For the board game. So hence the clear bases. You got it.
Oh, fine.
All right. So Kyle contributing for the Halloween submission. We got a nice quick skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
Very fun. Oh, there you go. He wanted to do more, but he just got the skeleton done. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, good skeleton. I think you probably know what you could do more of as a fun speed paint, and good contribution for Halloween.
Yeah, you got to black out those eyes so that they appear deep, and then do another layer or two on the bronze.
Yep.
Then it's fine.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. I would love to take Santiago's piece here. If you want to take then the last one, which is Jacob Crivello's very unique construction here.
Sure.
Those are our last two. Sound good?
Go to it.
All right. So Santiago did this wonderful Korgorath. This is such a fantastic conversion. So let's talk about everything I love about this. First off, he covered all the sprouting skulls that were in the flesh. Puttied all those over. Super smooth work on that. Now this guy looks like he's just got flesh. Wonderful, wonderful job. Great tones on the skin. We've got some good purples mixed in there. We've got some red tones in there. Nice highlights. Obviously using the giant head instead of the weird tiny skull head. I like everything about that. I as well replaced the head on mine, so I support this 100%. You can see a nice, solid, clean back. Look at that. That's all putty work. Smooth as butter. Okay. Let's keep spinning them around. You can see we've got some nice scar here that's been well picked out with this sort of deeper tan, looking like very old scars. I like that he kept, we have this purple, but it's not overwhelming because a lot of it's either dark. It's a very muted tone of this, so it doesn't super draw the eye over here. And we've got some purple tones in the flesh to kind of balance it out. So on the whole, I really like how this guy came out. I think he looks super great. This is a wonderful Korgorath conversion. And if I was going to give any sort of feedback for you there, it's that when you created this area of all this skin, let's go here. So we created this area of all of this skin, right? By getting rid of the weird dumb skulls, which is good. Okay. But what I would say is the downside of what you did there is you created a big bunch of flat blank space on your miniature, right? So I think what would be great on the back here, you got a couple scars picked out. I'd love a big like corn tattoo or war paint or something like that here on his back to kind of bring that up and create some more visual interest around the model right here. Something like that could be something like that could really pop that model up all the way. And then finally, obviously, as always, you've got such a great model. You poured so much time into the conversion, into puttying this all out, and then you threw down some paste and dry brushed it. Like,
yeah, people, you can't get away with it anymore on the Vince show.
That is right. I will look. It's like a fart in church. Okay, I'm gonna notice it. So, like we could have some rocks down there. We could have some dead foliage. It doesn't have to be like, I'm not asking for green grass. This guy's a weird chaos monster, right? So appropriate things could be some skulls, could be lots of different things. So dead trees knocked over that this guy crushed on his way to the battlefield. Hey, whatever. All that would be fine. But overall, those are two small things, but wonderful, wonderful work. And a great submission that I highly enjoyed.
Yeah, and the giant kit reveals that it keeps on giving.
The gift that keeps on giving. You're not wrong. I'm doing the all giant army for the budget of Sigmar too, so I'm going to pick up 2 of those kits.
Yeah.
All right, a very unique piece here from Jacob. So here we go.
Yeah, this is something. First of all, I want to talk about the figure on top and how he's done a very sort of spectral, luminescent skin tone on this thing that in some places goes from really dark to some bright highlights. And some of that might be the flash of the camera, but I think that a lot of it is purposeful as well, and from some different angles. So with having some deep cut tattoos that are actually sculpted into this model, he's worked from that, but he's also kept some darkness in some very unique spaces, like around the abdomen and using to define muscle definition. But it actually does almost appear as a really dark brown or even black in some places, right?
Yep.
Like if you look at that frontal shot with the knees, and you can see that from the knees just below it, it is black, and then it comes to a bright flesh on the top, and it's so bright on the top of his feet, top of his head, shoulders, across the pectorals, etc., etc. So this is really quite a controlled, masterful job of doing the flesh, but yet still appearing as pale flesh. And I'll go back to something and use something that you said earlier. It's because of the darkness that the flesh actually appears so pale.
Right.
In this example.
Yep.
So that's exhibited really well here. Throughout the rest of it, so the platform that he's on is some Zinchi disc, I guess, with spikes and tendrils coming out of there. In a way, to me, there's something about those on the spikes that seems, I guess, a little bit odd in balancing, because it doesn't appear anywhere else. Maybe in the color balance thing, I wonder if doing the tattoos in that blue, in that electric blue, would also have helped out. Like, I know that it's on the top of the disc itself, but he's got some lightning sparkles across there, and that shows up. But I just wonder in the color balancing if that would be more advantageous to have those as electric blue. And because his skin tone overall appears a little bit spectral, I think that would be kind of appropriate, to be truthful, in the way that it goes on there. Obviously, the base is going to thrill those that like the gigantic, extravagant bases. You know, built up with all kinds of things, spots of foliage here, extra texture and coloring, and that's all wonderful stuff. So yeah, a pretty intriguing piece. I like it. I like a lot of the action going on in there for sure.
Yeah, very unique.
Good one to finish on.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is very unique piece, very interesting. You know, I'll tell you the one thing that I think I don't like on this piece. And I agree, like with the blue, it's a little stark. Like it could have maybe been lightning or tattoos arcing down him. We could have done some freehand down his feet, flowing into the lightning on the disc, flowing out to the things. So it kind of gave the impression it was coming from him. If you wanted to get really insane, we could have taken some paper clips and bent them into lightning and sprayed them coming out of his hands down to the disc to create lightning.
Good idea. Yeah.
Depending on how nuts we want to go. I'll tell you what I think is off here. The thing, and I just now sitting here looking at it, it finally clicked for me. It's the steel of the top of it.
Mm-hmm.
That steel being such a dark gray flat steel just doesn't work for me in the color composition of the rest of this piece, right? Everything else has such wonderful color and vibrancy to it, and I don't hate the gold, but that steel just does not work because it's sort of a brown black steel, and it just lets down the rest of the model. I almost feel like the disc should have just been a jet black. Like a weird, almost onyx jet black. You might have even been able to get away with almost like glossing it to make it look like, you know, onyx, right? And then had the lightning arcing across it. You wouldn't necessarily need the highlight if you had the lightning and a slight glow off it, right? And I think that would have taken this up all the way. Because that metal it creates too much of its own natural reflection that doesn't work with everything else you've got, which is very controlled.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's got a little bit of pebbling to it as well.
Yep.
Right. So even if you were to just gloss it and leave it like that, it could probably be pulled through and convincing. I think you're right.
Well, there you go. All right. Ba-boom. And then we will begin next month with Stone Monk's Hunter and the Saber Gaunts, which I saw in person just last weekend. Just yesterday.
Hey, lucky man.
There you go. All right. So
do you have one you think back upon and you think this is the one I love the most out of all this? What do you think about October?
Oh boy. Let's see. So if that's God, this was a big month. And there was a lot of good submissions. I'm obviously quickly scanning through to remind myself of everything that was just scanned that we've talked about over the last 4 hours. You know,
well, let me throw mine out then first while you think.
Go ahead, you go.
What do you want to do? I think I want to bring focus back onto Andrew's Berserker. That was that Rackham figure that and what was especially great about that is the warmth and paleness that's synergized together on the flesh tone of that model. The scarring was really well done. And aside from my tiny critique about the glossy horn spike that came out, everything else about that model was really spot on.
Yeah. I got to give it to Jacob Crivello's whole unit. That unit of those like converted greatsword.
Oh yeah.
I love everything about those guys. I can't wait to see where that army goes in the budget of Sigmar 2. I think he made great color choices. His base is popped. The paint job was clean. It's just solid all the way around. So I for a unit, it sang. That thing sang to me. That's what I'll say. So
yeah,
there you go. All right. So if you want to have your submissions in the PmP and you're not yet a member, what are you doing? The link's down below. Click it. Join up. We'd love to have you. As I said at the beginning of the show, the only thing required is that you want to take your next step on your personal hobby journey. Doesn't matter where you are, from novice to master. We would love to have you. It's a positive community filled with a lot of people who love giving feedback and who we all just want to look at cool miniatures. So there you go. Kieran, any final thoughts for yourself?
Well, what was the approach the last couple months of this year? I think, again, we can reflect upon a whole lot of great submissions that have gone on so far. I don't expect those to slow down very much for the next month or two. But one thing I've been thinking about that we should maybe get back to as part of the show is to talk about some topic issues and maybe a couple little focal points. So for the listeners out there and the people that watch this with some semi-regularity, if there's a particular aspect of things that you want us to delve into a little bit deeper, maybe when we open up the next show, give us some feedback about that on the PmP and we'll see if we can address it.
I love it. Throw it in the comments, throw it in the PmP as a post, whatever you want to do. Send up a smoke signal if you've got a carrier pigeon handy. That should all be fine. We'll take all forms of communication.
Yeah, make sure your pigeons don't poop on us though.
or be containing bombs because they're secretly from like Empire engineers. I want none of that either.
None of that.
There you go. All right. Well, for everybody out there, thank you very much for watching. I hope it was interesting, informative, and I hope, and to everybody who submitted, as we say every month, thank you so much for all your continued submissions. To everybody who's commenting and helping everybody and answering questions and giving feedback. We do this at the end of the month, but as Kieran reminds me to say every month, and I remembered this time, it's really about all of you commenting to each other. When people don't have to wait a month for feedback, when I see people posting constantly and giving good, positive feedback, that just thrills me because that's how we all get better together. So There you go.
Okay.
Awesome. Very good. For everybody out there, we'll see you next time.
Good night, all.